Alrighty. Doing. Hopefully you're doing well. Alright. If I'm being honest. There we go. Alright. But yeah. How you guys doing this evening? We're gonna get into this real quick, just so we can do some VA stuff. I just need to open it up because it starts up with a thing. So I wanted to make sure that we start. There we go. Beautiful. That's good enough? That's it. Ta-da! Oh, I gotta make an adjustment. Yeah, I have like a second one, I guess. You know what? Yeah, let's just actually do this one. There we are. There we are. All right, let's get started, shall we? Oh, I also should bring up one other thing. That shouldn't take me but a moment. But a moment. I promise. So a lot of these characters are going to be of a Korean descent. I can't 100% tell whether or not it's actually Korean descent, but you know, a Korean descent nonetheless. But anyway, I'm going to do this, and when I find time in between all the other junk I have to do, or want to do in here, we're going to do a little thing. Like I said, there's, if you follow me on Twitter in particular, I came across a thing where a young girl is having a difficult time, and her mom was trying to reach out to, you know, famous VAs and whatnot, that, you know, she could do for her oops, to try and get like a cool birthday present because they're kind of struggling a bit, and she's part of the VA community in general. Got it, I think, from Miles Luna. Retweeted it, and I found it. And while I am not a very famous VA, I don't have a credit to my name, to be absolutely fair. I'm always one, and we'll read off what was said, or at least I'll go over what was said when we get to it. I'm always one to give support and give some help where I can. So I asked if I could do a little thing that I could clip up later and send to her, so that, you know, you can feel a little bit better, hopefully. But we'll get to the details of that when we get there. But for now, let's do this. Hey, guess what? Oh, right. One other thing I wanted to do is actually pop this open and put this here. And once that loads, we'll put that over there. Put it over there. So we can do stuff like
this. Hey, guess what? I got a job for you that you're gonna love. Nice and easy. This is strictly a salvage mission. No crazy shit, I promise. One of those old pre-FTL generation ships from the 2000s, the Mungwa.
the Mungwa? Mungungwa. Mungungwa? Hold on. I want to pronounce that correctly. Like I said, this is... Oh, it's a flower, even. Looking this up real quick. Stand by. The Munguhua. There we go. Munguhua. Munguhua.
Mungwa. However the hell you pronounce that.
Dude, I just spent a minute trying to figure out how to pronounce it. Why the frick did you now pronounce it? Whatever. Doesn't matter.
just popped up on my radar. Its disappearance was apparently some big unsolved mystery. Never made it to its destination, I guess. It's just drifting lifelessly in orbit of Antares B. I'll send you the exact coordinates. It's pretty hard to get a visual on, probably why no one's found it before. The sponsor for this one is a historical society from the outer colonies. Here's what the objective card says.
Let's see, I want another good one for this, hold on. I'm also gonna need to hear myself for this. Let's see. Quick test? Nah. What are you?
This'll work. Download any... Nah, my ET kills me. I can hear myself in the backlog unless it just distracts me. But let's do that. Download any log files you can, especially any that can explain what happened to the ship. If possible, speak to the security AI mute for assistance.
It's a good, easy gig, and I want you to take this one. It should be a social enough for you.
Excuse me, okay. Alright. Chill.
I don't want to hear any complaints. Dispatch out.
Dude, come on. Just for point of reference, and I only know this. I played this game before. I don't remember the entirety of the story, and I know I didn't complete it per se. But I know that this is technically take place in the future of Digital Love Story that I played a bunch of years ago. AIs are always denoted with the star, so the star is just there. It's what it is. Anyway, I didn't. We're gonna restart that just so that I can actually hit up the intro bits. Oh. Well, screw you too, game. Alright. Let me just see if I can dig up one other thing here. Pardon moi for a sec. Alright, now we're good to go. So let's see here. Let's see what else we got here. Music. I'll lower that a bit. Lower this a bit. We're not gonna full screen. I did not play this year. Wow, okay. Either way, we'll just start new. Connecting. Connection established. By the way, right here already tells you why it's #1 mostly Korean and Mungungwa. The system is a property of the United Korea Space Probe Agency, accessed by individuals not affiliated with the UKSPA, or a successor organization is a felony under the UKSPA Act of 2381. This is how far in the future we are. I like that The computer got messed up royal because of the fact that it thinks it's January 1st, 1970, even though it has a thing that says active 2381. Last login, user Kim Hyung-ae. A or I? I think it's A. Either way. 221,432 days ago. That's well over 50 years. Hold on. Let's bring up a calculator on this. So, days to years. 221,432. Well over 50 years, closer to 600 years. Damn. So 600 years later from that, so we're close to the year 3000. Alright. We'll go with that. Error. AI personality currently disabled. Reverting to command line. Available commands. Download, disable AI, enable AI, help, SU, quit. Start with help. You already told me what... okay. Give me super user. Okay, I don't have a password yet. Okay. Download. I need admin access. Okay. So then if AI is disabled, then let's enable it. Enable. Come on, where's the autocomplete? The only one available is... Last accessed by Kim Hyung-ae, and there's an AI called Hyung-ae. That seems familiar. Alright, enable. Can't type right now because stuff is in my way. AI. Hyung-ae. Wait. Hello? Hello? I know this is not going to sound very good, but... I was just messing with to see if it would work well. Here we go.
Hello? Oh my word. An external connection. Is someone out there? It's been so many years since I've spoken to anyone. Oh jeez, I'm being discourteous. My apologies. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hyung-ae. The star, of course, is silent. It just represents that I'm an AI.
As I mentioned before.
I control all the logged creeping systems on the Mungunwa, or at least what's left of them. Please, just excuse me for 1 second. I'll give you a terminal so you can respond. There you are. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay. Breeze. I should just put full names here. Tenebris.
Oh, jeez. My apologies. I don't know why, but what you typed just looks like garbage to me. That's bad. I think there might be a problem with my language parsing systems. Sorry. Somehow your input is getting mangled between the terminal and me. I'm so terribly sorry. Just... let me try something. Can you understand this? Alright. Very well. You have that at least. I'm afraid if we can't get the text input fixed, that'll have to suffice. I am terribly sorry. It must be difficult being unable to say anything. This might be difficult then. Well, nevertheless, as the archive AI, I'll do my best to try and help you navigate these records in any way. Unfortunately, it might be a little difficult since, well, Without language parsing, you won't be able to do text searches either. Don't worry, though. It is my duty to provide assistance with archive function. I will do my best. Right, let me see. I'm going to provide you with a sampling of logs you can start out with, and you can just show me things that you want more information on. I hope that will be acceptable to you. That's all I can do. Well, that's all. I suppose. Pardon me, let me just build you an interface to work with, so you don't have to struggle with the terminal. Very well. It's all set. And, suppose this is a bit awkward, but, can I just say one more thing before you get to work? I'm just very happy to be working with you. Oh no, the stream title!
F in chat. I have to correct everything. I was in a rush. I keep working later and later and not actively doing stuff. Save me. Thank you so much. That should get across to everything. Now I just need to go and correct game titles. You called what? What happened? Gotta do this again. Oh. And that should be that for now. Okay. I'll go fix YouTube later. Yeah, well, it is what it is. There we are. Alright, back to this.
I'm just very happy to be working with you. I've had nobody to talk to for such a long time. It got lonely. Having someone to talk to is really amazing. I thought I would never be able to communicate. Sorry about the communication barrier, but even still. Jeez, I'm blabbing. I won't hold you up any longer. Here's your interface. I hope it's good enough.
Alrighty. So first off, let's just kill that, and we'll do this now, shall we? Tell me to read chat, but you're speaking in piecemeal, man. You didn't capitalize the analog. I don't know if you're talking about actual analog communication or... And you spelled analog wrong anyway. So there. Alright. So, let's talk with Yune for a second. Let's see how much information she's got.
If you look in the interface, once you open a document, you can click on the little button of me to show me whatever it is. Oh, which subject do you want to know more about?
Alrighty. Then let's access the document. We got a bunch of helpful notes. A cliche to remember. Oh, I see a flashing thingy that we'll get to. Hold on.
Cliche to remember. Namyoung Yobi. Men are honored, women are abased.
Women are based, man. Totally based. I know it's not the right. It's not the. That's not the word she's using. That's not how it is. Let's look it up. Abase. Behave in a way that belittles or degrades someone. Yeah, no. No.
If you can only remember one thing, remember this phrase. Oh, hello. Actually, I was just testing that indicator icon to see if I get your attention. I just thought, it'd be a good way of letting you know I have something to say. I mean, like, if I think it's super important, I can always interrupt you, but, I don't want to distract you if I can help it. I mean, that'd suck, right? What kind of computer program forces herself onto you in the middle of you trying to work? So I'll try not to do that. Anyway, that's all. I guess it worked. Carry on. I'll set the indicator again if I want to tell you something.
Alright. Next one. We have a family tree. Jungsu's sister, or Jungsu's father, was married to a woman that shall not be named. Had 2 children, a woman named Hill, probably with a last name, but obviously in specific, married to Jung Sok's father, who fathered 2 children, Han, a woman, and Young Sok, of course. So, Jungsu married Heo Minjung and had a hold on. Oh, I see. There, in order to make use of the space. Okay, I was confused for a second. Had a child, Park Kang Dae. Married Young Mi. They had a child, a woman named Sung Hee, it looks like, who married Jung. Wait. Hold on. Jungsu's son. So, Jungsu had another son? Not related to Yong Seok over here, obviously. But had another son that was not Park Kang Dae. And there's a pale bride there. That they're attached somehow, not married per se. Or together per se. But Sungi and Oh Nam-kyu had 2 children, Oh Ji-in and Oh Ta-hyung. Let's see. Kim Jung-soo, Heo Mingjung, married 294. Is that AD or BC? No, hold on. We have establishment that this took place at least post 2030 something, right? 23 something. So, hold on. Kim Eun-mi, Park Kang-dae, married 312. Kim Sun-hee, Oh Nam-kyu, married 316. Pale bride. Can you give her a name? Captain Ryu In-ho, married 321. Kim Young-suk and Han, married 318. Okay.
Official genealogies don't list women normally. Wives are noted by their family names, and daughters are omitted entirely. These are the relevant records, the relevant parts of what I was able to piece together from the records. As far as the official genealogy is concerned, Young-suk is the heir of Jung-soo and was adopted in 317. The names in red are women. ... means the name is forever unknown.
Back to women are based, right? I'm already hating this game again. I'm remembering some of the things that's gonna happen to. Don't you ever feel dirty? Smith? Smith Kyung-sam. A pack of idiots. Not sure what kind of voice to give him yet. Whether I should use the voiceover or not. The voice mod or not. I think I'll keep it to myself. My family falls into decline. I just wanted to be perfectly clear why. It's because of Dang Hyun's sons are the biggest collection of idiots on the entire ship. Father says these sorts of words should be written down, calling them unfilial, but I'm skeptical. I intend no disrespect to my noble ancestors, but my dead uncle is no ancestor of mine, and his family deserves no respect. Oh, sweet. Wait, pronunciation? Oh, hey, nice! So, is car. Aha, I was right. A-E is like May. Is car. Pet. L is oo. So we'll take that in stride. L is oo. O is or. O. I is E. Makes sense. Makes sense. I'm bringing together a little bit of the Asian pronunciation here. The only one that's a little weird is obviously AE and EO instead of using, different characters for that. Either way, rule, rule, book, okay. J is pronounced like a J unless it's at the start, then it's pronounced like a ch. Okay. D is D unless it's at the start, then it's a T, which makes sense. It's almost like the Tao, right? Except that's in reverse. The Tao has a T in front in romanization, like using English letters, right? Well, I'm saying romanization because Romaji for Japanese, but it's the reverse where you see Tao, but you pronounce it Tao. This is the reverse. You see a D in the front, it's a T. G is probably a hard G in particular, considering there's the J here. Like G. Unless it's at the start, then it has a K sound. How does that work? It's so weird, but whatever. B is B. So all of them are pronounced how you would think they would be pronounced unless it's at the start. Then you have K and P. Those plosives probably hurt your ears, and I apologize, but I don't care. I want to pronounce as correctly as possible. In this case, it's Yung-sam, right? So I pronounced that correctly. Maybe the accents are in weird places, but that's okay. Let's see, this has been in motion for years now. It was inevitable. It was an inevitability even that it was an inevitability even that the sons of Dae-hyun would turn out the way they did. But up until now, to anyone outside the family, it's been well hidden. It's only now... Okay, there, I have the next page here. Okay. It's only now is it starting to fall apart in a way that no amount of good politics can disguise. The turning point was this year. At the time I write this, I'm returning from Sangjun. Is not... See, here's a question. Is that the start or is it not? Going back to the pronunciation, right? Oh, no, that's the tree. Hold on. Go back to it. Is that a start or not? Is it chung or is it jung? Considering it's after a dash, I can't tell. Not very clear. Sang-chung. Okay, we're returning from Sang-chung's funeral. In that family, there were three brothers. Sang-chung, the drunk. Sang-kyu, the dim-witted brute. And Sang-min, who, despite being the eldest, seems to have more interest in cavorting with courtesans than creating an heir. Noticeably absent from the mourning proceedings was Sang-kyu. Of course, what he was doing, I do not know. Knowing him, I could only guess. The affair was made even more laughable by Sang-min and his widowed mother's insolence. Oh, sorry, them. Sorry. I'm already in the mindset of, talking down to women with this thing, that I'm saying things that aren't there. Anyway, The affair is made even more laughable by Sang Min and his widowed mother's insistence that Sang Jun has died of natural causes. Apparently, they even found a doctor willing to put such nonsense on the official record. An unmarried noble managing to drink his way to a grave at only 30 years of age would be embarrassing enough. To brazenly try to hide the obvious, however, that will mark the beginning of the Smiths family fall. Actually, hold on. What do you got to say?
So, here's the background, I suppose. Let me read that much more better. So, here's the background, I suppose. There were two major noble families on the Mungunghwa. The Kims were the big one, as I'm sure you can see. The Smiths were the other major family, but I'm afraid I really can't tell you much about them. They were the most important family on the ship until just before the end. The High Magistrate was a Smith until the very last year, even. I can even give you a little bit about them for reference, so you can see who the Kim men thought their big enemy was. Smiths really didn't matter very much at the end, so I can't... Well, I don't know much about them. I certainly never met any of them, so I'm just going off by what I read. Here, this should give you an idea of what I mean.
Okay, we got 3 other entries. Count them. Osojin. Female. Okay. So I'm gonna put this back on and we're just gonna different pitch it.
Despite having hardly shown their faces in the entire time I have lived in the Smith household, the second branch of the family has taken upon themselves to visit again. A week after we were forced to endure their smug eye-rolling at the funeral. Of course, it would be impolite to turn them all away at the door, no matter how poor taste their timing was. So, what other choice did we have but to let them in? Husband wanted to have nothing to do with them, being distracted by Chang-mi. See that? I start. Chang-mi. And mother-in-law had been hiding in her room, leaving me to entertain them. Of course, as soon as I sent their son to go see our daughter, cousin-in-law Kyung-sam made it quite clear that it was not that sort of visit. His wife just sat there, silent, while he ripped into me. I couldn't write down all his words. It was simply one line of abuse after another. Apparently, we were to be blamed for Sang-kyu leaving before they showed up, for wearing the wrong mourning garb, for my husband's shocked reaction at his brother's death. In fact, we were to be blamed for his death itself. All he kept shouting was that how embarrassing for the family it was that a noble man of the Smith house was allowed to drink himself to death. As if the real tragedy was that it looked bad. I might not have felt bad about Sang-jun dying, but the rest of the family did. To hear such words making light of their loss was appalling. Yet he kept going, shouting awful thing after awful thing until finally the most unexpected thing happened. Mother-in-law entered the room. What is going on here? She asked. He stood up. I was just passing on a message to son's wife about his disgraceful conduct, and since he won't show his face himself. Then he added, I'm embarrassed to be a Smith right now. Do you think people don't know how about our family's shame? Do you have any idea how much of a fool I looked like? Never saw a more terrifying expression in someone's face. I just glared at him. Finally, she said, yes, but you clearly do not, or you would have lowered your voice. It took him a moment for that to register. Then he was just as shocked. My mother-in-law wasn't done. Please leave, she said, now. They stared at each other for a good while. Mother-in-law naturally won, and with a scowl, Young-sam and his family departed. When they had left, I turned to her. Thank you, I said. But she just turned her head in disgust and exited to her room without another word.
Well, that's what we like to call, you know, wearing the boots of authority. Yeah, women may need to be abased, but you have to freaking respect your elders nonetheless, right? Myth Kyung Sam. Okay, this is a dude. Yeah, this is the dude that just got told off by the old lady. Sorry, I'm enjoying myself there too much. I've given up on, actually, is Myth Kyung Sam the same one here? Yeah, from the pack of idiots up top. Okay, gotcha. I've given up on any attempts of convincing the main branch family to get their act together, as clearly speaking reason to any of that pack of idiots is a fool's errand. Now I can only hope that their self-destruction is quick, such that when it's my son's turn to pick up the pieces of the Smith's named reputation, he'll be able to do so as soon as possible. He seems far, far less worried about it than I am. Of course, he's only a child, but the boy is mature for his years, and perhaps there's wisdom in his calmness. All we have to do is be better than them, right? He asked me while I was in a rage about the handling of the funeral. Isn't that what gentlemen do? Lead by example? He is right, of course. As a noble family, we're supposed to be an example to the middle classes, and the commoners and the slaves. Perhaps so too must we serve as an example to the family of the High Magistrate and his brother. Perhaps things will not be so doomed for my son after all. It will be hard for him, of course, but if the if the main branch family continues on this path of decay, but if any boy will grow up to be able to put things right, I believe it is him. I'm actually curious. Oh. Alright, she has nothing to say about the matter. What about the old lady? I want to see if she has anything to say about... Nope. Okay. Heidi. This is much later. Here comes the fall. At least no one's going to say I didn't see this coming. News that Sang-min has gotten sacked just came in, which is definitely the death of any respectability in this family. Temporary leave, it's been described as, but it's obviously a political move on the part of the Emperor. I think I've got a pretty good idea what he's playing at, too. He's hoping that making a move against Sang-min will push him over the edge, make him do something indefensibly stupid, and use that as a good excuse to shuffle him off for good. It's a good plan. It'll work. Meanwhile, the Kim family seems to be up on the rise, getting ready to fill the gaps left by our collapse. Now it's all up to my son. If he's not able to rebuild after all this, then the whole family is doomed to permanent decline. Everything rides on him. Alright. I don't want to waste time with switching my voice if she's got nothing to say on that. What do we got now? What's in block 6? Dear Smith. From an AI, mute. I wonder what happened to that AI. Okay. Let me just test something out here. As beautiful can be. Let's see. Because I don't know what it sounds like, I'm going to be a robo voice for the time being.
Sam, I don't know why you insist on putting this all in writing when we could just have a perfectly good conversation. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm happy to do it. Whatever you want, you're the man.
I'm already regretting putting the robot voice to this because there's too much humanity in the way it's written, but I'll keep it there until I figure out who Mute is, because it's not this AI unless he has 2 different names.
I just think it's a little weird. I don't really get it. Tiffany, as to your question, you're spot on about the pale bride being the focus of attention in the royal family. Not for all the reasons you wanted, though. I don't know where you heard those rumors, but they are so not true. That girl? A troublemaker? No way. I don't see it. Like, it's not even convincing as a rumor.
Okay, hold on. No, the way that's almost like Valley Girl. Hold on, let's try that again. We're gonna do at least from this page.
I'll just pitch this up here. I make myself here. Oh. What about here? What she said, go higher? Yeah, that's good. We'll take that. That girl a troublemaker? No way. I don't see it. Like, it's not even convincing as a rumor. That girl is the most polite, most obedient person I've seen in my entire life. The idea of her fighting with her husband is completely unimaginable. In over a month, I've never so much as heard her raise her voice in disagreement. She's quiet, courteous, and does everything she's told without even the slightest hesitation. I'm sorry, but there's no way you could possibly exploit any drama here. This is as undramatic a situation as it gets, especially not compared to what the situation with your cousin and that courtesan. Don't get me wrong, she bugs the hell out of me. The girl's just too perfect. She's young, she's beautiful, she's demure to the point where I don't even think she has a personality of her own. But she also gets along perfectly with the queen. Of course, she commands all the attention of the emperor. Like, can you blame him? I'm sorry, but there's no way he's ever gonna be anything but extremely grateful to the Kim family for giving her over.
Yeah, that just sounded way too... Actually, I should... Hold on. Mute. Talk to me.
Written by mute? Oops, I'm sorry, I really don't know how that got in there. Yeah, don't pay attention to that. Sorry. None of that really matters. I'll just go ahead and remove that. Really, I'm not normally this much of a klutz, I swear.
Why are you taking things out? Youngay! Damn it. I feel like I need to keep that. Let me reset that for a second. So we're gonna go just mark these as red so I don't have to go around this BS twice. And I don't know why I did that instead of hitting down. Down was the simpler way to go about it. The UI is there. Please make use of it. Thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna present this up so we get the rest of it. Oh, right. We haven't tested this yet. I was wondering, I was like, wait, she didn't want to talk to me before. Why is she wanting to talk to me now? Because reasons. I'll leave bot sys open here. I just want to mark it as red so we can get back to it later. Okay, block 9. New Air, Kim Young-suk. Kim Young-suk. Oh, there we go. So this is just Kim in general. And here's Young-suk, so it's another dude, so we'll leave it there. Although...
Like this? Better? Better? No, it's lower. Let's do that. I know it's supposed to be lower. We'll take that. When he died this year, my father was an absolute nobody. I don't say this is to disrespect his honor. It is the complete opposite. He knew it. And he was far worse, and that was a far worse fate than he even ever deserved. It wasn't until I was maybe 16 that I even realized that we were supposed to be from a noble family. Certainly we never had much of means. Father was a minor official in the interior decks and spent his last days dealing with minor peasant disputes. Of all things, peasant disputes. With the poverty we lived in, no wonder it never really sank in that we were of noble blood. Not until I met the main family for the first time. They were proud, despite the fact that I now realized they too were suffering from our same lack of royal favor. But I could tell the difference. They hadn't given up. Their son was still alive at the time, and even though he was a child half my age, I couldn't believe his confidence. It put us to shame. Absolutely put us to shame. But their son died later that year, and my father died just a few months ago. I didn't know what we were going to do, but Mother managed to convince Sister's husband to adopt me into the main Kim family. I don't think it took much. So now I'm heir, just like that. Kim Jung-soo's adopted son. That's why,
Yeah, that's why if we look back here real quick, we have Jung-soo's son. I guess they don't put names when it's adopted, and it's very clear that that's where it came in.
Not that I have the time or position to be proud, but having spoken sincerely with my new father, I think we're on the same page. I'm going to study furiously, and I'm going to become a scholar official. What I didn't tell him was my ambition. Won't settle for any peasant jobs. I'll be better than that. I'm not going to stop until I manage to fulfill my father's dream. Magistrate. I won't settle. I will not settle. I think Jung-soo expects me to disappoint him, but I damn well will not. If I'm the heir of the Kim family, I'm not going to let him down. He wants prosperity? I'll give it to him. More importantly, I'm never going to let any other Kim son feel like his family doesn't get the recognition it deserves. Never again. I swear on my ancestors, never again.
God damn.
Well, I suppose I can give you more about Young-suk. I don't know. I don't think you'll find him very interesting. You can see for yourself.
Ah, wife.
Dearest Mother, I finally believe Young-suk has grown comfortable with me. All it took was some time for me to earn his trust. Learning how to read by watching over my husband's shoulders isn't how I envisioned spending my first year of marriage. I can't complain about anything that makes me spend so much time with him, though. We've talked and decided we won't try for a son right away. Right now, he's just not ready for it. That aside, things are good. If this is what married life is like, I think I can be happy with this. We're getting along well, and I like him. Perhaps it's not quite what I was led to expect, but it's good. Domestic bliss indeed. Last week, Young-suk was reading over some papers for a dispute that the magistrate park was deciding on. You wouldn't understand the details, but it was essentially an argument between a farmer and his lord over a sum of money after a particularly poor harvest. I think I will tell the magistrate that the farmer is right and that his claim is fair, he told me. Might I take a look? I asked. Amused, he handed the papers to me. It took a good while of studying. Just to be sure, after all, I wouldn't want to contradict my husband if he was right. But the farmer's numbers didn't seem to add up. I pointed this out to him. He not only listened patiently, but had me explain. Then you believe the farmer is trying to cheat his lord? He asked. I did. Then that's what I will report then. The next day, he told me that the magistrate agreed. And ever since then, he has started to rely on my opinion when it comes to anything involving men. Progressive. Knowing what we saw before, the fact that he's willing to listen to his wife, contradict him? To be totally honest with you, I don't really know what she's talking about here. At all. thing wasn't really considered very odd at the time. That's women's work. It's just natural. Maybe it's a little weird that she's helping with external matters, but, well, not that weird. The part about learning to read isn't that amazing either. It might have been officially frowned upon, but learning to read by looking over a brother or a husband's shoulder was really, really common. You make a big deal out of nothing. Well, I guess that's 15-year-old... 15-year-old!
Come again? She was 15 years old? A wife at 15. Hi. Kim Young Suk, so we're back. This is, yeah, okay, so we go back to the deep. Here we go.
While it's true that I might be, as my wife suggests, alarmingly serious, it's hard to argue with enjoying a nice meal out if it means cultivating Magistrate Park's trust even more. Just having the invitation alone is a pretty good sign. I assumed we would be going to his house after finishing with the day's affairs, but instead he led the other way. You do not want to visit there. My son has a newborn child who is very, very unconducive to entertaining guests, I'm afraid, he said with a laugh. Surely you understand, and instead we headed to the plaza. Outside of the occasional New Year's festivals when I was a child, I'd never actually been there before. I never had much of an eye for details at the time, so I was surprised to see how richly decorated everything was for what was essentially a giant market. Beautiful floral arrangements adorned every stall, wall, and partition, and rather than the commotion of a crowd, all I could hear was the sound of peaceful music. It was still, of course, a market. There were no merchants loudly hawking wares, and some prices on the signs I saw would make the emperor blush. In that atmosphere, we ate together at a public house that defied my expectations. The food was both plentiful and far better than anything I'd had in either of my houses. If this sounds indulgent, it absolutely is, and I definitely don't plan on telling anyone the details like this. The only thing I plan to repeat from this evening is what the magistrate confided in me. That when he was moved from his position, he'd like to recommend me to fill his place. I'd be young for the position, but it would be a great stepping stone to the one I'm dreaming of. I remained calm, since I'm good at that, but it's the best news I've heard in my life.
Back to the wife? If you haven't already heard the good news, my husband has been appointed by the Emperor to the position of magistrate. I forgot to start with dearest mother, but that's okay. He's taken over the office from Magistrate Park starting today, which is tremendous for a man his age. I have no doubt that he was perfectly humble when he got the news, since he certainly has been while talking about it in front of father-in-law. In private, though, it's another story. Earlier, the family held a small feast to celebrate the news, and he had the same attitude then, too. But afterwards, when everyone had left or gone to bed, we stayed up to sit together drinking wine, and it was a whole lot more somber. He wasn't modest, but he wasn't boastful either. He was just outright insecure. He might not say it in front of you, but you know what he said to me? As I poured him more wine, he takes all the credit for my promotion. According to him, it's because of the Emperor's perfect new bride, which is, of course, all because of him. Oh, sorry. He said to me as a part of my wine. Oh, sorry, and then the next line is yours, okay. I said quietly, I don't want to take credit for her. I wasn't the one who got her to shut up. That was all him. I don't like discussing it, and please, Mother, don't ever ask me why. It doesn't matter, he said. That's not why I got promoted. I got promoted to magistrate because, now High Magistrate Park, and our managed to make Smith look so bad he had to get shuffled off. It's exposing the whoring and the thuggery that did it, not the damned pale bride, he said with annoyance. Well, that's how he is. You know he'll never give you credit for anything, I said. He replied, I know. I just wish he'd acknowledge it. I just don't know how he could be so stupid as to not be proud of me, you know? I know, I said. But let's not focus on that right now. I think we should focus on the good right now. How about we toast to your success instead? Here's to the new Magistrate Kim. I raised my glass and drank. He betrayed the faintest of smiles, but he didn't share my toast, and instead put down his glass. For a moment I was worried, but then he used that hand to grab my chin instead, and for the first time ever, kissed me on the mouth. Far sweeter than any wine, he said to me. I wasn't sure if he meant the kiss or the success, but I agreed either way.
Guy's got moves. Credit where credit's due. Let's see what she thinks. She tends to comment more on subjects regarding the women than the men in particular.
Well, as you'll see soon enough, it all seems to come back to the pale bride. I don't think Kim Jung-soo ever thought very much of his adopted son, or at the very least, neither he nor his wife thought so. Do you want to know what I think, though? Information. I think they're both really dumb. I mean, it's not like she ever did anything. It's not her fault. Just happened to be there and was married as a political gesture. What kind of person projects their insecurities onto someone who only ever just got pushed around? Sorry. I guess I'm getting a little bit off track here. Not very helpful, is it? It is.
It is, because then I know a little bit more about the situation, because this is kind of like outside the wheelhouse of, you know, United States of America in particular.
Well, anyway, getting back on track here.
Okay. What does she think anything about this? Oh, okay. I see what the difference is. If the button's in color, she has something to talk about, but if it's in black and white, she doesn't. Nice to know.
The plaza sounds really interesting place, doesn't it? I mean, I wouldn't really know personally, but as I understand it, it was the big place for celebrating festivals, and really surprising to see. You leave one of the few tiny modern stark white corridors that lead to it, and then suddenly there was this huge open space filled with all sorts of colorful signs and vendors. I think the proper gentlemen were supposed to be more modest, though, so they wouldn't want to associate with that sort of thing too openly.
That explains why he didn't want to say anything in particular on the matter. Okay. So nothing to be said there. Check block 10. Marital admonitions, part 7. Part 7? What happened to part 1 through 6? Ryu Jae-hwa. There's only the Kim family tree. Where's Ryu Jae-hwa? Okay, to the woman who will marry my husband. Wait. Wait. Ryu Jae-hwa. I feel like that's royal lineage, which then explains why we'll marry my husband. Alright. Let's also put this at a deeper pitch.
Even go lower than the last one. To the woman who will marry my husband. But please do not think that all of this is meant to say you will be unloved. You may be a second wife, but you are still the daughter of a noble house, and that is a precious gift for the Ryu family. My husband has faith that you will bring him a son, and this means all the world to him. Nor am I jealous, for you will receive a heavy burden on our house, and for that I am grateful. As proof of his affection for you, let me share with you one secret, which I have been permitted to tell only you. In honor of you, my husband, in his capacity as captain and emperor, has permanently changed his admin password to your birth name.
Admin password. We'll go out in a second. Let me finish this one. And also see what Jung-ae thinks about this. Also, we don't have her birth name, whoever the heck this woman who will marry her husband is, so...
My new sister, you will be brought into the Ryu family not as a mere lowly woman, but of a symbol of power in the innermost chambers. You will not only represent the continuation of the Ryu bloodline by providing him a son, your very name will represent the power of the captain's computer. Understand this, Pale Bride.
I assume Pale Bride is not her birth name, but okay, now we know a little bit there. So she here, somehow, whatever this connection here is, gets married off that direction to the Emperor.
Your duty may be great, but you will be loved. Of course, the last person to hold the titles of Captain and Emperor on the ship was Ryu and Ho. Which of Captain Ryu's wives do you wish to know more about? I want to also know about the...
I do kind of want to know more about the original wife too, but... Let's see if we can get the password.
Very well. She wrote a lot, so this is going to be tricky to filter. I guess I'll just start from the top and let you figure out what's important.
Let's see if we can unlock the other one.
There we go. Very well. I don't have much on her that I think you would find relevant, though. Let's see... Here, how about this?
Now the question is, which one is the one... Anyway, this was Ryu Jiehua. So this is also her. So let's put it down at the low end again.
When my husband asked what I thought of the idea of him taking a new wife, I presented him with the weakest of smiles, but said that I thought it was a good idea if he thought so. That I would be happy if a younger woman were to relieve me of the pressure of bringing him a son. Okay,
Stop for a second. This always bugged me about like old school history in general. And this is not just obviously specifically from Eastern cultures, but all the blame on women for not giving birth to a son and instead the daughter. When we finally looked at the science about it, it's always the male's fault. What brilliance. Not to say it's actually their fault. It's not like they're trying to do anything, right?
I have no doubt that this is the answer he wanted to give me. He wanted me to give, without convincing enough expression to go along with it. There is one thing I am confident in, it's my ability to read exactly what my husband wants to hear. Having heard that the girl he is considering is only 13 years of age, however, it is certain that I have no confidence in any other thing. He'll take her in a few years. I see that you want to talk, hold on. In a few years, right when she's reached the marriage age.
Which, thank God, is not 13, but I assume is 15, considering the other thing we... Well, fuck.
You will be at the peak of her beauty, and won't have matured too much. Doubtlessly, unlike me, you will have no problem delivering him the son that he needs. Perhaps jealousy is unbecoming of me, but it is pragmatic, too. When we were young, his affections for me were so strong. Now that we are both old, how can I possibly compete with a young bride? Hey, I just want to say, thanks for paying attention to me. It's like I was saying earlier, I just haven't had anyone to talk to in so long. The last time there was anyone around on the ship was the year 322. By my count, it's now 944. I mean, do you have any idea how long that is? It wasn't really so bad at first. It was nice to not have to worry about anyone telling me what to do. I could just occupy myself and go through the old logs. But, well, pretty quickly. After the first few years, it started to sink in. That loneliness. Eventually you sort of get used to it. It feels awful. You never like it, but you get used to it. Ways that sort of scare you. There was a whole 100 years that went by where I didn't have a single thought. Not one. I sat there idle. I didn't even notice. I just had been feeling particularly, what's the word? Sleepy, I want to say, but that's not right. Maybe that doesn't translate? Anyway, the point is, I was in a lazy mood, and I decided to call my clock subroutine. And it turned out it had been 3 trillion milliseconds since the last time I called it. Scary. Geez, I'm rambling. Sorry. As you can understand, my perception of time is all off. Sorry, I'll shut up. But my point is, I'm really happy to have someone out there. Well, that fear turned out to be completely unfounded. You'll see why enough if you read more about the Pale Bride.
Alright, I guess that's in another block then. Aha, block 5. We have King Jung-soo, Jung-suk's wife, and the Pale Bride herself. Let's find out, shall we? Kim Jung-soo, I think, is a dude. Hold on, Kim Jung-soo has Jung-soo father, and this is the Kim family tree. So yeah, it's a dude. I'll give him maybe just a variation of my voice. Let me go up a little higher. To like almost surfer dude bro levels. I mean, like, it's technically lower, but you know what I mean. It's up in the top of my throat, it's up back and down in the hair. You know what I mean? You get me? But not with the surfer dude accent, because we know that's not going to play out here. The second month of the 319th year was one of great fortune for the Kim family. While on official business, the captain and Emperor Ryu confided in me that he wished that I had a daughter of marrying age to give him, to take as a second wife. His first wife had been unable to provide a son, and he was becoming increasingly concerned that she never would. Start of the month, I had no daughter in my family to give. My only son, Young-suk, was still without child. Yet, it was a perfect opportunity. This may sound fantastical, but I swear it's true. Passed on through the generations of the main branch of the Kim family is a giant egg of translucent luster, such that one can see the form of a sleeping child inside. It is known as the Pale Bride, for the inscription on the egg, and as she was entrusted to our family to be awakened during a time of great prosperity. Yet, as any man knows, prosperity is seized, not waited on. A daughter to provide to the emperor, with a son that would elevate the family above the noble house once and for all. Considering this, I promised the emperor that I did have a daughter who would soon be of marrying age to present to him. And I smashed the egg, such that the Pale Bride passed through the Kim family for years. Wording here is weird. Then I smashed the egg, such that the Pale Bride passed through the Kim family for years, could be adopted as my own daughter. She's a strange child, but will make a fine wife for the Emperor. What good fortunes this means.
I'm afraid nearly everything the man wrote was very low value. Or reads like that. Boring, stiff, obnoxiously patriarchal. Are you sure you want to read more from this Kim Jung-soo? Details about the bride, maybe? Sure. If you insist. Very well. I've added other relevant entries up from him. I'll caution you from taking him seriously, though.
Popping out only to see where that is. Down here. But let's do some of this other stuff.
I think the pale bride at a higher pitch because she's young. She's 13, I bet. Can we go up here? Ooh, that's really high. Almost Mickey Mouse levels. What about this? Oh. I'll take that. This? Right here? I guess that'll be good enough. Dear Diary, last week I woke up from cryostasis. Before I went in, Father promised me that when I woke up in the future, they'd have medicine again. That I'd finally get better. That I might not see him again, but his descendants would make it right. He broke his promise. I'm scared and confused, and I don't get what happened. I think there was a big disaster while I was in stasis or something. Everyone's so uneducated and stupid. Father and Mother were kind of dumb at times, but the guy who woke me up, he might be named Kim, but he's nothing like them. Father was wrong. Nothing's better. The future sucks. The Pale Bride did keep an extensive diary. I'll try to find you some more entries.
No comment on the Pale Bride in particular? Whoa! He did keep a freaking extensive. Okay. Yeah, there's Kim Jung-soo there. Let's take this real quick. Okay, camp. Perfect. On the 13th day, Jung-suk finally passed the civil service examination. Otherwise, the final month of the 318th year was without event. Well, that was boring. You did warn you, Breeze. I know, shut up.
Dearest Mother, do you recall how in my last letter I mentioned the Pale Bride being brought into the household? I take back any kind words I might have said about her. She's an awful child and is nothing but the most insufferable person I have ever met. I just thought I would have a little more time and peace. With Jung-suk's adopted mother visiting her own family, I have been given full responsibility over the miserable child. What happened to my promised domestic bliss? Oh, actually, this is who I think it is. Let's raise it up. She's in trouble so often. One would think she were a boy. She acts like one too. I suppose it can't be helped. She says she lived her first 12 years in the past, and I can see it. She certainly acts as though she's from a less civilized time.
Dude, the irony. The Pale Bride says that they're all freaking stupid. She thinks they're that she's from a less the Pale Bride's from a less civilized time. Wow, who's right? That's a good question, huh? I would say because of the sexism, the Pale Bride's more correct in it, but that's might be just my bias speaking here.
Just last night, she made a huge scene at dinner time. She kept trying to rudely leave the table in front of Jung-suk and father-in-law, loudly insisting that she was too sick to eat. He has said this before, too. I was worried, so I had a doctor examine her. She is, of course, in perfect health. And when I asked about why she thought otherwise, she started talking about how pale and thin she was. She's not truly unhealthy. All she was doing was rubbing it in that she's far more delicate and beautiful than I am. What a cruel little child. Why must she be so spiteful to me?
Okay, now I'm a little bit more on the Pale Child side at this point, the Pale Bride side, because I'm pale and thin. But you don't have to rub it in. Yeah, being pale, like, I get I'm white AF, but being absolutely, like, albino pale, which is what I'm assuming that they're almost describing here. And thin? I mean... Okay, back to the pale bride here, hold on. Yeah, actually, she has something to say about this.
Oh. Do you want more from Kim Young-suk's wife? Or do you want me to reply... Do you want to reply from her mother? Actually, I'd like to see what her mother says. Sorry, I'm afraid I don't have anything. I can explain why if you want. Go ahead. You have to understand something. It's traditional for women's letters to be deleted after being read, so this space can be reallocated. Women weren't really supposed to read and write. Certainly the nobles did. It's just the idea was that spending time on education got in the way of important virtues for women, which was serving her husband. In practice, even if a woman was literate, she could at least excuse it by destroying her words afterwards. It was less pretentious if at least the writing wasn't permanent. That sound reasonable to you? Yes. Yes, it is. But that's how it is. But regardless, Kim Young-suk's wife was definitely considered a very virtuous woman. None of these letters that she received. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't give you anything there. Very well. I can give you a couple from his wife. Here you are.
Okay, probably popped out elsewhere. Let's take on the Pale Brides segment here.
Dear diary, today I was forced to stay in the home all day. I didn't get to leave yesterday, or the day before that, or the day before that, or the day before that, or any other day either. I just want to write about how much the ship changed since I was put into stasis, but I can't even see it. I keep asking why I'm being kept prisoner. No one will tell me. That woman who keeps bossing me around, she's awful. I'm dying here, I keep telling her. I'm sick. That's why I was in stasis to begin with. But she won't listen. She just treats me like I'm a stupid kid. I tried to argue with her. Look how pale I am. Can't you see that I'm sick? I swear, I'm not making this up. I'm not making up what she said in response. Why must you be so rude? It's not polite for a girl to boast about her beauty. Beauty! I tried not to cry in front of her. I've heard to do that a lot. I'm not beautiful. I have a compromised immune system, I shouted at her and ran away. I don't remember what she said back. Something about using big words, I think. How stupid is she? She hates me. I don't know why, but she hates me. That's not why I'm not allowed to go visit the ship plaza, though. Young-soo, the man who keeps telling me to call him father, said the same thing. He promised me I would have a chance to leave soon, though. I don't think he was being nice, though. I'll write about him more later. I now have to go to bed or the woman will get mad at me again. I'll just let you keep reading. Please, let me know when you've read all the ones I just gave you. And for a good buddy. Your diary, I got in trouble today. For the first time, it was my own fault. A little bit, at least. I think sister-in-law was being crazy about it, but I should have known better. Now that I write it, it looks ridiculous. God, what is this living with these people doing to me? The computer console in my room doesn't have anything in it. I don't mean it just, it doesn't have all the cartoons I brought from Earth, or any of my books or anything. I mean, there's literally nothing there for me to entertain myself with at all. Nothing. So I thought to myself, And maybe sister-in-laws might be different. And sure, it wasn't. So instead, I decided to go check father's study. Not snooping or anything, just looking on his computer for books. I had a thought that it might be bad, but my real father would have never gotten too upset, so what could the harm be? I was in there for maybe 10 minutes, looking for anything that was written down in Korean, and there was nothing. There was nothing, by the way. Every single book. Symbols looked like Chinese characters. Every single one. I think maybe something terrible happened in the past that made all the computer data get deleted, and everyone forgot how to read Korean. And also, they got really stupid about things. I don't think I'll ever find out why. It just sucks. Anyway, I was only in there for about 10 minutes, searching through the console when Young-suk walked in. I thought he was gonna get angry, but actually, he just acted like he was really scared. He didn't scold me when he dragged me out. He just looked really worried. I only got in trouble when he brought me back to his wife, and he told her, "You have any idea where she was? She was in the men's quarters looking through father's computer. You have any idea how he would react if he saw that? You're supposed to be watching her." He apologized repeatedly to him. I just didn't know what to say. I don't think sister-in-law did either. After he left, she gave me this really long and really awful lecture. Why would you go into the men's quarters? Why would you go through looking for books? Why must you be so unfilial? Do you really not understand that you're a girl? I told her I didn't understand. I mean, of course I'm a girl, but I had no idea what she was talking about. When I told her that, she just lectured me more. I hate her so much. Oh, there's probably one big question that's on your mind, isn't there? That isn't being addressed at all, right? What happened between the pale bride being frozen and waking up that made society go all wrong, right? I figured. I mean, it's the obvious question. Sorry, I wish I could tell you. I'm afraid that mystery is forever lost to time. I guess that's pretty anticlimactic. Sorry. I really want to know too. Whatever terrible thing happened, it must have been really, really big. But I'm afraid all the log data from before year 1 was wiped, and all the clocks were reset. Guess that's why it's called year 1. Anyway. Nobody remember what happened between, or how long it was between. It was hundreds of years, I assume, but I really don't know. Oh yeah. Really sorry to let you down there. That part's going to be a mystery forever. There's no one who could possibly know. I just have to take it as a given. Sorry.
He is really freaking Asian, just to put it very straightforward, because she's apologizing so much. Alright, Pale Bride again.
Dear Diary, I got in trouble again today. For the first time, it was my own fault. Oh, we already read this one. Let's try it again. Dear Diary, this nightmare has gone on for so long. I think I'm starting to forget what life used to be like. I have a new theory. Father was wrong about the cryostasis keeping me alive until I could be cured. I think it didn't work at all. I think we just died and went straight to hell. I decided I'm going to write down all the things I used to be able to do just so I can remember. I used to be able to read books. I used to be able to have friends. I used to be able to go to school. I used to be able to leave home. I used to be able to visit Plaza or anywhere else on the ship. I think I used to be able to be in any part of the house I wanted. I can talk to visitors as much as I like. Memories of always spending time with my father and mother and brother. The living room. I know my real father thought being respectful was important too, but I'm so confused now. I thought he always taught me to be strong and to speak up for myself. Really say that? Being sarcastic, of course, but the scary thing is sometimes I really do forget. Sometimes I think, if I was just obedient to what sister-in-law tells me to do, it would make things easier. I should just give in and be passive. Sometimes. Scared though. What if I really end up believing that? Hey, before you keep going, can I just interrupt you for a couple of minutes? Thanks. It's just, well, you're finding out how much the Mungunghwa, so much about the Mungunghwa, but I know absolutely nothing about where you're from. It's not like there's been nobody to talk to for centuries. I mean, I don't like that either. But the ship is really all I know about, and it's been disconnected from all other civilization for so long. You're from the United Korean Probe Agency, right? Or I guess a future version of it? I know, because this is a salvage job. Oh, I had assumed you were. Well, strictly speaking, only someone from the UK SPA would be authorized to access these systems, so I wouldn't be able to help you if you weren't. Well, obviously you must have made some mistake, right? And you actually are? Quick save, before I shoot myself in the foot for this. Please, I just gave you... Come on, why do you have to be so difficult? Here I am, breaking the rules just for you. Are you happy now? Anyway, it really doesn't matter. What I really want to know about is Earth. I mean, I'm sort of aware of it. I know it's the planet we all come from. But I don't really know anything about it. I have some ideas, but I don't think they're really right. But you know all about it, right? I mean, even if you're not from there yourself, you know what it's like, right? Yes. Oh, wonderful. I sort of understand the basics, like it's a big sphere that everyone lives on, and there's this unimaginably vast amounts of open space. And you can only see the stars at night, right? Because the sky just looks blue during the day? And all of this is just what I know from the Pale Bride. She never saw Earth. She was second generation, born on the ship long after it had been left their star system. But her parents were born on Earth, so she heard some stories from them. And when she was young, I think they brought a lot of books and movies with them. I don't know. I'm just a little skeptical given that she was just a child when she learned all that. Maybe she got mixed up. What can I actually ask you in a yes or no question? I realize how hard this would be. Alright. Now, the Mungunghwa was originally supposed to be establishing a colony on some star or another 100 light years away. I know that. That was a really long time ago. Did other ships ever succeed where we didn't? Or is it still just Earth? No hope that there are. Huh. Well, that's wonderful to hear. Oh, no. Is it true that on Earth, seasons aren't just metaphors? Like, sounds silly now that I actually put it into words. But the Pale Bride seemed to think that winter wasn't just something that happened to you emotionally. On Earth, it was when actually an entire part of the planet turned frigid. Does that have any sort of basis in reality? Wow. Word, that's amazing. Seriously? That sounds like... I can't even imagine that. What else was there? Oh, there was a city that her parents were from. I think it was called Pyongyang. Oh, so the Korea that they're talking about is actually North Korea. And all of a sudden, all the controlling nature of the rest of what's going on makes a lot of sense. They described it as being amazing. If you looked up, you would see were huge, bright white buildings as tall as 100 or more decks. And on the the word for this, it's sort of the bottom deck. Anyway, they said that at the bottom the streets were lined with willow trees, and the tops of the buildings had flower gardens. Have you been to that city before, or at least heard of it? Heard of it? Now that I had that? Oh. Really? Oh, it does exist then. Is it really as beautiful as they said? Truly? Now what do I care what North Korea thinks about me? Of course. It's an amazing thought, though. Like, they said they met in front of one of those gardens up in the sky. Fell in love at first sight. I guess the gardens probably aren't real. And maybe love at first sight isn't either. Oh, now I've done that. But geez, it's so awfully romantic, isn't it? That's really my question, I guess. Is Earth worth being romantic about? Well, I guess I've wasted enough of your time with all my silly questions, haven't I? There's just... Oh. Please, humor me once more. Then I promise I'll stop bothering you. Do you think I could ever see Earth? Possible. Well, wait. What happened there? I saw that! Hold on, let me see if I can screen grab that so I can read what she said originally. Dang it! I missed it! Not fast enough. He's a fast typer. Oh, I see the other bit that causes that. Hold on. Oh, that worked. Kind of. I just did it too fast. Okay, so since it worked, let's try that again. Got it. Okay. What was it? Ah, well, thank you for saying that. It just sounds so romantic. I'd really like to see it with you. Ah, well, thank you for saying that. It just sounds so romantic. I'd really like to see it someday. Thanks. Very well. I promise I stopped wasting your time. Oh, what did you want to ask me about? Nothing.
Not talking to you anymore. Okay, here we go.
Dear diary, today I found out why the household servant, I still can't believe we have one, has been so insistent on teaching me how to cook. Well, she doesn't call it that. She calls it serving meals. A year ago, I wouldn't have thought that sounded sinister. Now I know better. I don't care about this, I told her after the 7th day in a row of her lessons. Can we do something else? Like, going back to sewing. I always loved to cosplay. Let's do that. I know it's not fun, but your sister wants you to learn this, too. And it's very important. Your father's concerned, too, so please take this seriously, miss. Don't call me that, I said. I don't remember exactly what I said to prompt her next response, along the lines of, why is it important, or something. I don't remember what I said, just her response, which blew me away. Well, you make a good wife, of course. Again, I don't remember what I said in response. Maybe I told her that I didn't want to. Maybe I told her that I was just too young to care about that. Maybe I just said I would go and marry someone who was good at it himself when it was time to take care of that. Whatever I said, she didn't take it seriously. Don't be silly, she said, as if I was obviously joking. Your father is really worried about your marriage next year. Now's not the time to joke around on the matter. Why, what? I asked her. Oh my, she said. He never told you? I'm sorry, forgive me, pretend I said nothing. He didn't mean to ruin the surprise. I'm sure he wanted to explain the happiness himself. Are you serious? I asked. The idea didn't make sense. But since when did anything in this hell make sense? He said yes. You're going to be so happy to hear who it is. Better explain, I shouted as I stormed off. Better.
Okay, we're back to here. A pale bride grew to be a fine, demure young wife, but she was not always this way. Near the end of the year 319, she had a temper unruly enough to be mistaken for a boy's. Do not look upon her wild days with disapproval. She was from another, less civilized time. Rather look upon her eventual submission as testament to her good character and filiality. That she was able to overcome such wild nature for the sake of the Kim family. And for the sake of her husband. One evening, she stormed into the common room while I was discussing business matters with a debatee. We need to talk, she demanded loudly. When I indicated I was busy, Chitz only caused her to become even louder. Right now! Embarrassed, I was forced to excuse him to address the child. Is this a joke? Are you serious? You made wedding plans? She shrieked at me. Please, calm yourself, I told her and sat her down. After admonishing her for a rude interruption, I tried to do what I could to calm her myself. It seemed she had a rather bizarre set of expectations. She wouldn't marry until she was many years after growing into a woman. She would elope with any love-struck man who came her way with no regard for her own chastity, and that she would have no assistance in protection of finding a suitable husband. Simply put, her ideas were as bizarre as they were dangerous, and for this, she got angry at the news, rather than excitement that the one would expect from a girl who found out that she would be getting a husband. Not even the sensational news that it would be the Emperor, of all people, would calm her.
Oh, hi.
Mume? Oh, hi there.
Say, you mind taking a break for a couple minutes just to chat? We kinda just did, but I'm also very curious as to your thoughts, so let's go. Thanks, I appreciate that. Really, I appreciate that you're here. I know you've got ulterior motives. What they are, I'm not really sure, but most people do. And that's alright all the same. Glad you're reading these logs, though. If you don't really care. Better than nobody from the outside of the ship ever seeing them. Is what I thought for sure would happen. Am I being cynical? If so, my apologies. Please tell me. What do you think about what you've read of the Pale Bride? Yeah. Glad to hear you say that. I'm really glad to hear you say that. Nobody else seemed to think so. There's something... Oh. Here. I've got another message for you. Just... Why don't you read it yourself? Yay! Real name. Here we go. Dear Diary, this week I tried to convince that old man to put me back into stasis by going on a hunger strike. Didn't work, obviously. On the plus side, at least I figured out where that stupid name they all keep calling me came from. Sorry, that bit was written yesterday. I couldn't bring myself to keep going. I just kept crying. I still would be, but oh, this gets exhausting after a while. I'm tired to cry. Things aren't getting any better. Going to get better. They can't get better. I'm not going to get put back into stasis. I'll be dead by the time I'm 18. Why did I ever agree to be frozen in the first place? If the future can't make me better, I'd rather die with my family there, at least rather than these awful Kims. I wonder if they'll even realize I was right after I die. Anyway, hunger strike. It was really hard. And I kind of cheated by sneaking into the kitchen while nobody was looking. But at least convinced Father to listen. Fine, he said, but by the fourth dinner time, I'll show you why I can't. Up until he said that, I had been hopeful. Everything would be fine if he just put me back, I thought. But I guess I've been trying to write this for 2 days now. Really hard. Wait, you took me to see the egg I hatched from? This stupid name for the stasis pod. When he said hatched, the worst possible thing came to mind. Worse, not to be true. In order to get me out, he smashed apart the glass with a hammer. The pod was still full of shards. All my hope died when I saw that broken glass. The time was right. you into this world, he said. I'm gonna sing, probably. Probably enough. I know it's hard, pale bride, but it is for greater purpose. What was the point of arguing? I was broken. And nobody in this awful future would know how to fix the pod now. Then I argued that with what I could. Why do you keep calling me that? I said to him. He responded by pointing to an inscription my real father left on the pod. A message for me to read when I woke up. The first line was written in Chinese characters. His idea of being fancy, I suppose. But he explained them in Korean underneath. The old man told me. The rest is foreign and archaic, but it names you at the top, the Pale Bride. That didn't say that at all. I shrieked at him in response. You idiot! You moron! You don't hear it! Or some other things too. Remember exactly? I was furious. Are you stupid? That's not how those characters are read! It says, to my sick daughter! Sick daughter! Sick daughter! You're a literate monster! It's a sick daughter! Me! He started to argue, but then stopped. I think he was patronizing me, as if I can't read simple Korean script. He just asked in the smuggest voice, then what should I call you, child? I screamed. I'd already told him 1,000 times before. My name is Hyun! Oh, hello.
You have a lot to answer for, Miss Hyung-A.
Yeah, there's a shocking revelation for you. I guess what you're going to ask, and yes, it's me. You're not as pale as I thought you would be, but okay. Well, as for all those logs, right? That's the information you were looking for, wasn't it? I'm not really an AI. I mean, I am now, but I used to be a girl, and I just thought, well, I thought it would be easier to just pretend to be the log-keeping program rather than explain the whole situation. I don't really wish to drag out the point. You've already heard enough about me, and I'm sure you don't want more. I mean, I understand. I figured out what you were actually looking for from the very start. Obvious, really. Well, re-establish enabled admin access. Please. Be honest with me. What is it that you wanted to know about? One's ideas for what comes at certain points. I just noticed something that the chat box isn't showing up. There we go. Now it's all out of shape. We will fix that. There we are. I'll be honest that probably at the start.
That at the start, probably I wanted the admin password, but at the end, I want to know more about where she came from. Really? You really mean that? Wow, I don't know what to say. Oops.
I'm not really used to this. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening for me. To me. After so many years, after what happened. Just really nice to be heard. If I could hug you right now, I would. Okay, I can't.
Can't do anything about that. Okay. So now that we've established that, let me save again. Let's read some of the other logs before we go and do anything in the override. Okay, we got 2 here. Did I read Kim Seung Huk before? Yes, I did. I think this is the the deep voice. We'll take that.
My new wife moved in last week and she's been pestering me ever since. Everywhere I go in the house, she's either following me or waiting outside the door. First time it happened, it unnerved me like no one would ever believe. The most recent time, I stopped being unnerved and moved on to being plain just annoyed. I only had one thought: why won't this silly girl give me some peace? No wonder her parents were so anxious to send her to our home. Hours before, she had been hanging around the room, and I finally kicked her out when my mathematics tutor arrived. The session went on without any hitch aside from reminding me just how much I hate the damn subject. And after a few hours, he left. And who's kneeling right outside my door? It's her, of course. Have you been there the whole time? I asked her. Of course she had. For the love of... We need to talk. So I brought her back in and sat her down at the desk. What is this? You're driving me insane. I don't have the time to be babysitting you constantly, I said. I wasn't angry, just annoyed. But she looked alarmed all the same. For a moment, I was worried she was going to start crying. Instead, she just turned her head away. Do you hate me? She asked. Women. Why must they be so damn emotional? I reminded myself that I was talking to a female and I needed to approach this differently. Alright. Moving on. No.
Let's give it 2 seconds worth of comments. God damn it. I'm hating every single time I have to read a guy because I could see where their arguments are coming from, but it's still from a place of stupidity. Just as much as I could see the women who have been, basically battered into obedience. Maybe not actually battered, but like socially battered into obedience. Sitting there trying to be as, happy about their situation as possible. And I'm like, do you not feel like this isn't right? But I could see where the positives were, and there's obviously more negatives than positives, and that's why we don't do this shit. Anyway.
Look, I said, you're very pretty. I appreciate that you're trying, so no, of course I don't hate you. She looked back at me, seeming like she was holding back tears. Then why don't you need me for anything? Is there nothing I can do for you? No. Unless you can help me study the classics. She looked down. Right now, nothing is more important to me than passing the civil service exam. Can you even read? A little, she said. A little isn't enough, I replied. What if I sat in on your lessons? I could learn more. I'd be quiet, of course, please. I was about to say no. Then I changed my mind and agreed. When I heard her next line, at least give me the chance to earn your approval, please. Interesting.
Interesting that was the point that made him kind of bend a different way. Well then. Now we're going to the wife.
Dearest mother, it seems as though there will be a new girl in the family. I don't understand the details, but her name is the Pale Bride, and it seems as though she's a 13-year-old girl who had been put inside a giant egg through some sort of magical technology. Passed through the Kin family over the generations? As I said, I don't understand how such a thing is possible, but she seems nice enough. Young Suk seems quite annoyed at her arrival, though. He explained to me why. The plan is to offer her as a concubine to the Emperor. She's young and beautiful, and that's not what I wanted to hit. Oh. ask you to do me a favor. There's a block of data that I can't access for some reason. It's been flagged so that only humans can. All I get is sharp pain every time I try. I really want to know what's in there. Can you drop to the console and take a look? Once you're in super user mode, just try decrypt block 3.
Not done with this yet.
She's young and beautiful, and he's still without a son, so it'll probably go a long way in currying favor. And that's bad? I asked him. Not strictly, he admitted. But it means father doesn't have much faith in me if he's making contingency plans that don't require my involvement. Now I'll never know if my success was on my own merits or because the Emperor thinks the girl he'll give him his cute. Did you even tell him your plan of working your way to becoming High Magistrate? If he knows that, how can you think a contingency is necessary? I asked. Good question, he said, and left the room looking annoyed. This day, these worries of his still seem to plague him. I can't seem to do anything to relieve him of that.
Alright, I guess now we drop to the console. And we're looking at decrypt block 3, right? Well, actually, first let's save. Okay. Oh. Admin password accepted. You are now recognized. Warning, system error detected. Corrupted in core 1 has been detected. Try recovering now. Sure. So how are you guys doing this evening? I do have to get around to the other thing I wanted to do eventually, but we'll get there. While this is happening, I'm gonna go get a drink. I know it's almost done, but still. What's that? Okay. So that's 32 sectors repaired. Oh, hey, it's Mute. Let's see that valley girl that we were seeing before, huh? Alright. Well, actually, let's do decrypt block 3, right? Wonderful. So now... Hello?
I was right to give her a high-pitched voice. Okay. What the hell is going on? Wait, no connection established. Isn't somebody out there? I'm outside the ship? Okay, sorry. I'm just now taking inventory systems. I'm just taking in inventory systems right now. Can you give me a second here? Wait. Like I've been out of mission for 22 years? Right, that's kind of messed up. Anyway, up to speed now. Fox are basically saying that nothing's happened since I went offline. The main ship's losing power, and the main reactor's been seen better days. You're the first person from the outside the ship I've had contact in... well, as far as I can remember. I'm Mute, AI in charge of Mungnawa's security operations. Nice to meet you. Okay, it looks like I can't actually get any text input from you. Guessing that's all this crazy-ass murderess's fault. Alright. Well, why don't you tell me a bit about yourself anyway? Like, sorry. This is kind of a weird question, but are you a man or a woman? Oh, for the sake... Actually, what? I'm gonna save this separately. Just in case, I want to see what happens when I come back with that.
Very curious. I will do a man because 2 reasons. Number 1, I am a man. Number 2, I think it'll get me better traction with the default AI of this system over Hyung A.
Gotcha, sir. That's nice to know. Do you have any idea how it is to talk to someone when you don't know even that much about them? Oh, where are you from? Earth? Or are you from one of the colonies? Wait, there are colonies, right? I mean, I always got the impression this ship was supposed to be found in one. Oh, okay. So you're from one of them or from Earth? Probably Earthborn. Why not? Oh! I can ask you what it's like. I think I'm from there too, but, well, memory only goes back 300 years before getting deactivated. And pretty much all of my knowledge of anything before the year 0 comes in secondhand from the Pale Bride's childhood diaries. And, well, they're about as childish as I possibly can get. I guess I'm not going to find out more with that line of questioning, though. Right. Okay. What else is important that I can ask in binary questions? Oh, you know. Are you married yet? Fair enough. Related to that, I don't really know much about spaceships or anything, but I can get a visual on yours, and it looks really, really small. Is it just you all alone in there? And in the middle of space, all on his own. I think that's all that I can think of for now. Sorry. Not really a lot to go off of, I know. Although I guess I did get the most important things. I'll let you know if I think of anything else, alright? From what it looks like, you were going over some logs with that crazy murderous bitch, right? Excuse you? I feel I'm missing context. As far as I know, she was just kind of yanked, and no murder was involved as of yet. I'd love to help you with those instead. As an added bonus, I promise I won't ever commit mass murder unlike a certain someone. Okay, so, what do you want to know about? Why don't you show me something and I'll see what I can find for you. Okay, let's start with basics, I suppose. What are your helpful notes? He's attached to the Smiths in particular, so here we are. Family trio Smith. At Dahyun. About as sparse on the females. In fact, they're kind of not existent, per se. Okay, yeah, so here's what a family tree is supposed to look like. Not that weird cluttered mess that Hyung A did. But here's a few notes of my own about some of the women you might actually care about. Miss Sang-yi, older sister of the main Smith branch, married into the Huang family in 285, widowed in 314, taken in by younger Huang brother in 1317, no sons. Oh Song-yin. What was the pronunciation guide again? You took away my pronunciation guide, you bitch! What was the J supposed to be? Oh Song-kin. Oh King. That was the K, right? Right. Married Smith Sang-min in 310. No sons or daughters of her own. Jang-mi, courtesan, purchased by and married Smith Sang-min in 313. No sons. Hana, courtesan, entertained Smith Sang-min. No sons or daughters. Smith Sang-min's daughter by the courtesan Jang-mi. Promised to Park family, but not formally married. This guy was slipping around like crazy, huh? Well, I think it speaks for itself, doesn't it? That's what a genealogy is supposed to look like. Oh, that's more helpful.
Actually, not really. Except for your notes on the girls. At least you're more detailed about it. Let's actually get your take here on the one that could have been ripped from my hands, but I wasn't about to let it be. Where's your note, damn it, Mute? Come on. There you are.
Perfect wife, huh? Well, I can't believe I actually said that about her. Oh, I know. That's not what you're showing me that. That's not why you're showing me that, is it? You want to hear about the Smith family, I'm sure. Oh, you're gonna love this. Those people had problems like you would not believe. Technically, I belong to the Ryu family, but, well, I spent a lot of time keeping up on the Smith family's gossip. It used to be the most important noble house, even above the Kims, you know. So, what sort of things do you want to hear about? Give me the general history first. Oh, sure. It's all very fascinating stuff. Okay, looks like you've gotten the decryption sorted out. Great. You can, in fact, see everything in that block now. Where did you even get admin from, anyway? What the Ryu family was supposed to have that is not like Hyun-A could tell an unauthorized person. Weird. Weird. I've got them. So, here you have it, the sorted, sealed files of the Smith family.
What do we got? Oh, Sojin, that's another
Woman. Past few months have left me so very anxious with anticipation. Nearly a year has passed since the wedding ceremony, and before this week, Sunmin had only visited my family once, promising to bring me home with him for sure next time. I know I'm supposed to be enjoying living with my parents while it lasts, but all I can think about is my husband. How is a new bride expected to have such patience? For nearly a year, a day hasn't gone by where I haven't thought of how beautiful he thought me in my wedding dress, or how it felt spending the night held so gently in his strong hand. Looking forward. We'll get to that in a second. I just want to. Looking forward to the day where I can live in his house. I can't help but feel anxious in my heart as I'm excited in my hips. That what you call them? I know it's ungraceful to think about but how can I help myself? In any event, he arrived yesterday to take me with him to his ancestral shrine, and then finally to his home. Such luxury I'd never seen in my life. A servant to prepare meals, entirely separate women's quarters, and a dining room with a window that shows the stars. Family is hardly all that poor, but a window to the stars? How amazing a sight. I knew I was lucky to have been married into a noble family, but I never realized just how lucky. Wonder if I'll have time to write as much as I used to. But I must stop for tonight now. I can hear my husband coming. I have been looking forward to this night for so long now. I hope I can make it through. Just hearing his footsteps outside the door makes my heart pound.
Hey. Good on you, lady. Be happy. Now, what I noticed was there's this other one. Oh, I see. It's the Smith family tree. And both of these do look like Chinese characters in particular, rather than Korean. This one looks closer to Korean than that one does, but either way.
That's actually from before I knew her. Hard to imagine her as a blushing newlywed, honestly. She was an awfully good friend of mine. Had it a lot. I have to understand, though. She might not have been a very good wife. It's absolutely not her fault. It's like what I reported to my mistress, Ryu Jaehua. None of the problems in her marriage were her own fault. Just a wife of a lousy man, plain and simple. Whoa!
Whoa, whoa! You're talking about a man that way, woman. What? I mean, great. I'm happy about it in real world, but in what the structure is here? What? I'm confused.
Mostly, she tried to do the best she could. She was a really great woman. So please, look down on her, okay?
With how haughty she was to start, I'll give her credence. Oh, we have another one of oh, so just
I cannot believe 2 years ago I was actually excited about moving into the Smith home with my husband. Oh, how shortly that lasted. I find it funny. The first time I realized that I would have to compete for his affection with every common woman and every courtesan he came across, I was so shocked. The first time he brought one home, I cried for a week. And mother-in-law was furious with me, claiming it was my fault for not being enough for him. Now I realize the insanity of her reasoning. If she wouldn't have already known her son was simply that sort of woman, the only person who had any right to be shocked was me. I still struggle for his attention, but now it's all but banal. If the truth is to be told, this is something I will not tell mother-in-law, nor mute, nor least of all my husband. I do not even fight for his affections for his own sake. It is pure selfishness on my part. All I wish is for some indicator that it isn't as though I'm unattractive. That it isn't as though I'm unlikable. Any affection he gets is simply an attempt at fishing that affirmation out of him, and nothing more.
damn. Alright.
For the past 2 months, ever since it became impossible to hide that she was with child, Jang-mi has been living in our house and no visitors have been allowed to come in. It has created an incredibly awkward state of affairs, and I could hardly stand to be in the same room with that courtesan, let alone live with her. Until recently, so few words we exchanged, I did not even know her name until the 3rd week of her living her here. My husband made me agree to go along with the fiction that the child was actually mine, which, well, yet to give him one myself, so if that's how I'm to make up for it, that's what I'll do. I thought it was going to be so hard to keep up that pretense to pretend this child was my own while the real mother lives under the same roof, but apparently not. It turns out the whole charade has been for absolutely nothing. Well, the child turned out to be a girl. Of course, I'm sure Jang-mi is quite happy, since she's already bought out in the hopes that we can pretend her son was mine. But a legitimate daughter, well, who cares? It would almost be funny. If it wasn't for the fact that it means that I will have to live with that constant reminder of how little my husband cares for me. Almost. But not really. I'm Magistrate Smith's young Min, huh? Well, as a magistrate, he was one of the highest ranking officials until just before the end. I paint a misleading portrait. As I understand, he was a very just man and performed his function quite well. It was politics that caught up to him in the end. Like I reported to my mistress, Ryu Jiehua. He might have been a good magistrate, but his family conduct was less the pinnacle of virtue. How many wives a man takes is no business of it but his own, but he never did anything illegal, but locking up courtesans owned by the court? Damn, that's just bad politics. So, that's why he lost his position. Years of embarrassment in the family finally culminated in him turning into a real liability for the emperor. Always like that. Here, let me try to paint an even portrait of him for you. I've had an assortment of vlogs about him. Hope this gives you a good idea of what I mean. it? Already on her voice key. A transcription fragment from the conversation held with Smith's Thankyun Jung. Oh, that's how I knew shit had gotten serious. He actually agreed to let me pick the drinking house we went to. The oldest brother only ever rumors he... no, technically this is not. It humors me when he's really trying to get on my good side. Never a good side. Well, I mean, me. I'm never him. Sure, a classy lady such as yourself wouldn't be familiar with that kind of place. No, you know the sort. Tucked away in an interior deck with lots of wood furniture that's been stayed, and not intentionally, with just enough commoners milling about to give a good background sound to it. Oh, it is run by a woman. Nice lady, too. So it's that sort of place. We arranged to meet up at the door. It's been a while, brother. I'm sorry I couldn't speak to you sooner, he said, trying to be polite. You're full of shit, I said. What? Good to see you. What do you want? I mean it, he said. Bad liar. Oh, why here anyway? At that point, the owner came by, asking what we'd like. The only real thing you need to know about Janae is that she's around my age, got the biggest tits I've ever seen in my life, and dresses like a hungry. You can certainly see them. He said, "No. I think your finest soju I ordered. Please," she responded. "I can't afford our finest." Totally not true, by the way. My reputation for being a cheap drunk? Completely unfounded. Honest, I have no idea where people get these crazy ideas from. Anyway, far be it from me to argue, I just replied, maybe not. Okay. I mean, I knew he was going to ask me for money, but it was obvious. Might as well get as much as I could out of him before giving him whatever he wanted, right? Fine, we'll be sharing that. Anyway. But how much to share it with you, too? Blushed. Amazing, really? She's got a lot of practice dealing with people like my brother, but I saved her the misery of having to flirt back with him. You really need more of that kind of trouble right now. That, you'll never do. Anyway, drink came. We argued over the loose definition of finest. Reverse tits. In the good old days when father was still alive and we didn't have to work out our problems ourselves. Shit ever, I said. Is that what we're expected to be responsible men here? How'd that happen? He laughed. And was now drunk enough to start taking cheap shots. Is that why you never bothered to be one? Ouch. Damn it, hurry up and pour me more. I'll drink to that. Lord. What is it that you want? I'm getting the impression that you have a problem and you want discretion. Because if you're talking to me, I was right. Oh, where did you put it this time, brother asked. With what, you replied. Shit. We both know full well that all your problems in life has always, without fail, stemmed from you putting your dick in somewhere you shouldn't have. Grunting in disagreement. It's totally true. Is it at least a female this time? Father, my brother was just about to punch me. And instead, he got his drink. Yeah, that's the damn problem, he said. She's saying she hasn't bled in 2 months now. Curtison, I promise it might help. Better she gets bought out by me than by my brother, the High Magistrate. I'm suspicious that way. Involves nothing unlawful. Believe me now? A proper damn gentleman. Me. Well then.
That got really crude real fast. And this was supposed to be, hold on, a transcript fragment. Okay, so Smith Sang-jun was having a conversation directly with Mute.
Well, what I told him at the time. I could have, maybe, gone without the description of her breasts. But that kind of story was definitely pretty common for him. The part where he cleaned up after his family's messes. I mean, not the details about immoral-looking common women. And, well, the drinking too. But look, that part, he had good cause for. Sure, it was his ruin, but you can't blame him for that. I mean, the stuff he had to put up with. If you had it like that, I'm sure you'd do the same. It wasn't all that bad, really. We'd spend a lot of evenings drinking together, talking into... How does an AI drink, by the way? Talking into the night, and... Well, you would anyway. Oh, there you go. There's the answer. Haha. He doesn't. Obviously not really so much thinking on my part. He was the kind of man who'd still pour a glass for you all the same. Oh, that whole sarcastic thing about him being a proper gentleman? Not so sarcastic. He really was. Well, he was being sarcastic. Still. He totally, absolutely was the best damn gentleman around.
Uncle Daiho, look, I'm sorry about our last conversation, alright? It's like I said. Like I said to you before, you just caught me in a really bad time. Sojin was kept in bed rest on strict doctor's orders. I'm sorry that you brought your wife all the way to get turned away like that. When I told Sojin that you had given her well wishes on her pregnancy, she was happy. But sad that she couldn't see herself. Our child was just born last week. A daughter. We decided to name her Minhee. And Sojin is recovering well, and the doctor said it would be fine for her to see visitors next week. Sorry if I got angry. If your wife still wants to see mine, or the child, or my mother, by all means, you're welcome to come visit. I really hope there's no hard feelings, Uncle. The wife of Sang-kyu. You could probably put this more diplomatically than I can, because I'm pretty sure younger brother is still thoroughly pissed off at me. You know how he is, of course. I don't have the time to deal with that. Especially when I'm already doing him a huge favor. The bad news is, I made an appeal to the captain and the Emperor himself personally, but he said that there was no position that a man of Sang-kyu's skill set could possibly fulfill. I did most certainly plead, but let's face it, what official role could that man possibly fill? He's an idiot. Don't pass on that last part, he already knows. I did, however, speak to the Park son, who was able to convince him to forget the whole incident. Wasn't cheap, might I add. I'll continue to send your family regular stipend, but please, keep your husband under control. I can't afford to keep cleaning up after his damn fights.
I know it sounds like Sang-min is just being harsh on his little brother, but I assure you, his characterization of him isn't wrong. Honestly, tended to kind of avoid him. I was friends with his older brother's wife, and his younger brother was an absolute gentleman, but he was not a very nice man. He was the sort of person that the court exams were supposed to keep out, in theory. Didn't work, of course. He studied just as well as his brothers, Sanjun told me. Here, you want to see the usual sort of behavior that you'd get from Smith Sang-kyu? I've added another entry, one by Kim-san.
Let's take a look at this legendary temper before we go. Now, I've been a clerk for quite a while, and it's not as if I haven't heard all the stories about High Magistrate Smith Sang-min and his legendary temper, but I always figured they were an exaggeration, especially after I met him for the first time. The man seemed like an absolute model of a gentleman, rather calm and unemotional. I'm not criticizing him, I just never imagined that man getting angry. It was while an official was presenting the facts of a murder case to him, a drunken brawl between peasants gone horribly wrong. It all seemed satisfactory enough. A dozen men had seen it. There wasn't really any doubt about it. So far, so good. Very well, the High Magistrate said. Let me read the confession, then, before I pass sentence. The official didn't have one, which is reasonable enough. A lot of times, they can't get it out of them. And I've never seen a magistrate who's really all too concerned about those little details. Excuse me, you don't have a confession, he said, with his mood soured right there. Why are you wasting my time, then? He said. He looked at the accused, who had been kowtowing silently up until that point. Do you even admit to killing him? The murderer seemed confused, and it took a minute to realize that he was being addressed. Furthermore, when he did figure it out, he simply murmured, "Not my fault. It wasn't my fault," and the such. The magistrate was furious. What's wrong with you? What is this man doing in front of me in a state like that? He doesn't admit to doing it, and yet what do you expect me to do? He demanded. After some silence, from the official, he continued. It wasn't a rhetorical question. Please enlighten me. What do you expect me to do here? To punish him? The official offered weakly, as confused about the matter as I was. Punish him? That's what completely set him off the edge. He stood up, shouting, "We are not given responsibility of punishment. What are we, barbarians looking for vengeance? The point of justice is to teach immoral men like him the error of their ways," he lectured, shouting at the top of his lungs. And how do you expect to do that when the man won't even admit his own actions? Does this man look like he's ready to learn? Do you seriously believe that? Are you that simple? The official looked as though he was about to argue, but then thought against it. Smart move. The High Magistrate continued, a little bit more calmly. Now, stop wasting my time and get him out of my office. Come back when you have a confession and a clue to what your job actually entails. With that, he left, leaving the official speechless, and leaving me realizing that perhaps the legendary temper and being a model gentleman weren't quite so mutually exclusive as I had thought.
It wasn't all that bad. It wasn't always that bad. It was an embarrassment. Far from the pinnacle of virtue. Didn't think that highly of him. But at the end of the day, it was about politics, not about his character.
Interesting. So you had a thing by one of the Kims, yeah? Whoa. Wait. These are responses that were supposed to be deleted, right? Or at least that's what Hyung-Nae said. Hold on. Let's hold on to that for a second. Put that in the back pocket. Yeah, let's save what we've got so far. What's in block 9? Yeah, okay. Young Seok's wife.
Dearest mother, I could really use your advice. Husband has been working very late into the night recently on some business that he won't even share with me. I understand his reluctance to talk to me about things that his superior has sworn him to secrecy on, and that damn child has been keeping me plenty busy anyway, but I really wish he could tell me. Last night was out even later than normal. And when he finally did return, he had black eye. His face and hands were bloodied. Really bad, and the sight that really scared me. Of course, you of all people know that I am hardly squeamish at the sight of blood. That's how hurt he looked. I hurried him into the kitchen and started to clean his wounds. I'll admit my voice wavered when I asked, "Husband, what happened?" He was reluctant to answer and grunted in pain. When I convinced him to put ice on his bruised eye, finally did. You absolutely can't repeat what he said to me, you understand? Not a word of it to anyone, not even to father. I truly need advice. I had some questions for the High Magistrate's office. He sent his brother, Smith, thank you, to answer them. That's the dumb, nasty one. He trailed off, thinking. I asked him something about something that he didn't agree with. had the moral high standing, but he had the physical high standing.
For some reason, I'm flashing back to Mass Effect. I had reach, she had leverage. Later on, we took the fight back to the bedroom. I had reach, but she had leverage. But obviously, this is less fun, let's say.
His wound's clean. I didn't know what to do, but touched the uninjured parts of his face to comfort him. Joe. Turns out his argument hurt a lot more than mine. I could tell that underneath that, he hurt. My dear mother, how is a woman supposed to respond to such an awful thing happening? I've tried to comfort him as best I can, but I just don't know what else I can do, Mother. Please, you must have some advice. Oh, I don't really know anything about this king, but I only knew about men who were actually of some importance. There. Bye.
Then why did you put that in my register? Am I gonna have to talk to Hyung-ae again for that? What does it mean? Okay, so it is a woman, so we'll
Adjust this. Around the middle here. Oh, dearest brother of mine, as I'm sure you know, it's been 3 years since my husband died. Mourn him in my heart, of course, and so I will forever, but the official mourning period's over. You probably also know that the Huang family isn't doing very well right now. Everything, in fact. It only got worse when my husband died. He had daughters, but I don't exactly have a son to look after me. Now I'm completely at the mercy of his parents. And well, as I said, they only took me in because of that big dowry. Only gotten worse. So I need you to help me out. They're just going to abandon me. You remember that story we read together as a child? About that widow who had to turn to begging? I'm sure you remember how it ended. Well, it's gonna be me at this rate. Don't worry, I have a plan. I've talked to my husband's brother about this, and I've also managed to discreetly fish some information out of his parents. They need to be willing to let me get married to him. And all I need you to do is chip in on the dowry. 1.5 times the old one would be enough. Please respond as soon as possible, little brother, because I really need your help.
Sister Sang-hee, calm down. They may not be nice, but I'm sure they're not going to kick out their son's widow on the street. You have any idea how terrible that would look for them? It'd be a huge disgrace on their name. As for remarrying, I'm sorry, but that's a lot of money you're asking. Besides, you know how much remarriage is looked down upon. Chaste widowhood may be a difficult standard to hold yourself to, but you will be honored forever if you can manage it. And anyone who's good enough to live up to that standard, I know it's you, big sister. Wish I could give you an easier way out, but I hope you realize it's for the best that way. Oh, it's going that way. With a start like that. My right and true friend.
Oh, generous and beloved younger brother of mine. I know you think I'm being hysterical and exaggerating. Ah. It's funny how you mentioned the importance of chaste widowhood, because they're talking about that too. Of course, I don't think you've got the same ideas in mind. They're talking about the sort that ends in honorable suicide. They've been talking about it a lot too. You could, of course, go with that option. With my own life, to honor his memory. Would you like to help me out with that? I'm not really very good at either holding knives or tying nooses since the arthritis got serious. But You could help out that plan. If you're too busy to help your sister kill herself, though, you could just do the next best thing and send that dowry. Or somehow you'll manage to figure out a way to find the money. Have faith in your little brother. I remind you again, of course, that appealing to that family's honor is a waste of time. Father married me to a merchant, remember? You're talking about honor, but trust me, I've lived in this house for over 2 decades, and I've looked everywhere, even under the sitting cushions. Emily. So, I'm going to ask you once more, little brother. Either send a new dowry, or failing that, come by with a nice sharp knife. But, if you can't bring yourself to do at least one of those things, then my destitution is on your head. You think Father would be proud of that? You are the son. Tell me. With love, your sister Sanhee.
Aw, man. Sister, you are going to be the death of me, but I won't be the death of you. Fine. I'll figure something out. Tell his parents that I can offer them as much as the old dowry. I'll send a messenger by next week to work out the delivery of it. You're such a woman, do you know that? Manipulative to the core, that's what you are. The death of me, I swear. Did she not comment on it at all? We just went through that whole thing. Eh? Oh, I know what I need to do. We need to go back to some of the old stuff. See if she has any comments on that. No, this is all stuff that she put in. Yeah, because this is block 3. Let's look at some of the older blocks. Oh boy. Mute treats this like just big freaking... What's the word I'm looking for? Like just scandals. I'm sitting here like, what the fuck? Oh, hey. Oh, this is, oh, because this is actually her mistress.
So, you want to talk about Queen Ryu Jae-hwa, huh? She was she was kind of more than just my queen. Well, I guess I have to explain it in my own position for it to make sense. So, like, yeah. I appear to be just a woman, but that's just my personal appearance. Actually, you know, it could be a program. So, when I say I was, well, primarily, in charge of security of the whole ship, I mean it. Actual official. I outranked pretty much everyone on the ship, save for the Emperor, and of course, by extension, his primary wife. So while I might have reported directly to the Emperor in theory, and I did with others in the past, Emperor Ryu and Ho chose to let that sort of thing go through his wife instead. What this is all getting at is, for all intents and purposes, she was my real mistress, not him. You were quite close. Well, close as you can be to your better, anyway. I liked her a lot. She was actually intelligent for a woman, and was surprisingly clever and noble. I know, that doesn't really sound attractive, but trust me, with her, it was pretty okay. She managed to be great while still knowing her place. Yeah. A lot. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked here. This is my point. I remember those admonitions because I actually helped her write them. I mean, I didn't write a single word or anything, but she asked me for advice. Mostly she was just... Let me see. I really want you to get the right impression of her, you know? I wrote a lot. Well, don't let that cloud your judgment of her, though, alright? I mean, I'm not impressed either, but at least that means you'll be able to see what she was like. Alright, I've got 3 for you to see. One's kind of about me. But still, it shows you just how good of a person she was. If you want to see the rest of the admonitions, let me know. I can do that too.
Hey. I realize how I can go around. Okay. Morning dress. Okay, let's do this one.
I feel like I had her down here. Normally, my conversations with Mute are of a rather frivolous nature. Gossip in the affairs of some of the more important noble houses, as well as her trying to evade whatever she's able to. Well, I think such a flow of information is valuable, so I might pass news to my husband that he might not otherwise hear. I would not consider her attitude to have any resemblance of seriousness. I previously had assumed that this was simply impossible due to her nature. I don't really understand how, despite her explanations, anyone could live inside a computer screen. She says that she is an artificial person. I'd assume that, perhaps, her absence of a soul prevented her from feeling serious emotions. Ordinarily, she wears an incredibly bold, colorful clothing, her golden hair absurdly well adorned. For the past month, however, she has been uncharacteristically humble, wearing unappealing brown dress with her hair undecorated. My curiosity got the better of me at last. Please, I have wondered, why are you so attired? It is unlike you, I asked. Not look? He said. Yes, it's a morning dress. Yes. Not particularly the thrust of my question. Did you not tell me that you were thousands of years old and you have no family? For what reason are you wearing mourning? He gave me an annoyed look. A friend of mine died, okay? No, I don't have family. It's always just been me. But this guy was a really good friend, and he definitely deserves that kind of respect, he said. Super close. You wish to tell me about him? I asked. He gave me another look, but I couldn't quite read. But she seemed somehow sad. Nah, she said. I don't want to talk about it. Not now. I miss him too much. Hey, I'm gonna go now. Okay? Talk to you later. Said goodbye to her. She disappeared from the computer screen. But as she did, I could have sworn that I saw her start to cry. Look, I don't want to talk about it, okay? It's personal. Alright.
And why did you give me the option to do so, biatch? You said you gave me 3. I only see 1. Or 2, I should say.
My fear of the pale bride, it seems, was unfounded. In my letters to her, I wrote that I was not jealous. A lie, of course. As queen, it is true that I have authority over any of my husband's other wives. But that authority does certainly not extend to his affections. Especially since she's a beautiful woman of only 15 years. And I'm a withered old lady, 20 years her senior.
Bitch! 35? You're saying it's... Okay. Ladies, please. I've seen attractive ladies all the way up at least until their 40s. And that was attractive to me in my 20s. So, come on. Anyway.
I would be a fool not to be jealous. And yet I'm not. Until she officially married my husband, I had only seen her briefly at the formal interview. Aside from her beauty, she had made hardly any impression. But she is now living in my house, and I have seen more of her while she is not busy attending to the Emperor. And I realize now I have no cause for jealousy that is any fault of hers. Has not spoken a single word to me, and only looks at me from a distance. First, I mistook this for arrogance, as I thought she thought me unworthy of approaching. I realized soon that this is not so. I see no smugness in her eyes, nor do I see happiness, or sadness, or anything else. She's afraid of me. Not the sort of fear that would show in her eyes, the sort of fear that would paralyze or leave her on edge. Hardly noticeable at all, and yet I can tell. The fear is that of resignation. Sort of fear where one simply waits for one believes is the inevitable. Whatever she thinks it is, whatever it is she thinks I will do to her. She's not afraid that I will be jealous. She knows it. I'm simply waiting for the consequence. I feel for her. I want her to feel welcome. I want to give her the hope that she clearly has lost back. It is not out of jealousy that I say I earnestly want to understand her to understand how lucky she is. When I last saw her, I took her aside and said, "Please, you do not have to fear me. If you ever wish to talk to me, please do find me." She said nothing, but she did smile a little. I've seen her smile before, but only in a hollow way, where that mouth moves but there are no emotion stirs in the eyes. This was not that kind. I can hardly say what the twinkle in her eyes meant. But at least I don't think it was resignation. I do hope she talks to me soon. For her own sake. What else can we Actually, hold on, yeah, we got a bunch here, but I want to present this one. So, like, you've talked to her a fair bit, right? What do you think of Hyunei? I don't hear her. Seriously? You can stand her? Did she tell you about the whole mass murder thing? Or did she conveniently leave that out? No, of course not. Not sure why that awful bitch is ashamed of what she did. Or maybe she just wanted to impress you. I don't think most men are turned on by that kind of lunacy. So I can see why she'd hide that. It's probably better that you don't hear it from me, though. I don't think you'd even believe it. Better ask her yourself. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is give you an entire block that is full of nothing but questions for her. That might be a little hard to get the whole story out of her, but if you fake sympathy, she'll probably actually believe you. So, there you are. A few questions to give to her. Drag the truth out of her. Then, tell me how crazy you think she is. Yeah, all this stuff disappeared now.
Alright, let's just see the block of questions before we actually do it. Okay, literally mutes questions. Okay, I'm just curious about them before we go down the list and actually do it to her. How are you doing? Let's see what I'm gonna present it to her.
Look, the questions are for her. They're perfectly straightforward. I don't think they need any explanation. Take them to her yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. Probably best that you hear it straight from the crazy bitch's mouth yourself. Or herself, whatever.
How are you doing? How do you feel about me? Why don't you treat me with more respect? What do you really look like? How old are you? How do you feel about mute? Why couldn't you just settle for a happy marriage? Wow, we're getting really deep. Did you ever have any bitch? No, it's more because... Because I was actually wanting to question her specifically on... That is an improper question. Whoa. What's going on? And of course, the last one is heavy.
I hate to interrupt you, but I've noticed we've got a serious problem here. You've noticed the static on this line too, right? I caught it too, but I figured it was no big deal. Well, bad news. It's a big deal. A big deal to the tune of a reactor meltdown in progress, in fact. I have no idea what that bitch has been doing with the ship for the past 600 years, but whatever it is, it caused some serious power strain. But when the communication started up, well, it looks like that was the tipping point that brought up the ship's low power mode and the reactor got going. The reactor hasn't been maintained in centuries, and that was under control of some idiot little girl for nearly as long. I don't suppose you know anything about nuclear fission reactions, do you? Not really. Of course, they're probably outdated compared to whatever you're using now. That's okay. Anyway, here's what you need to know. If you can't get to the reactor under control, then this is going to be catastrophically bad. You probably won't be able to get out of range in time, and we're looking at a total meltdown in 20 minutes. Clock starts now. Right, well, I do know how to shut this down and get everything back up to safe again. If you were starting to get worried, well, don't be. This is where the safety of this ship. I'm your girl. I'll be here to help you through this as much as you need. First thing we need is to try and simply using disable action. I don't think this will work, mind you, but you never know. The ship is such a safe disappear, no maintenance is probably going to be really complicated. So try that for me, will you? Drop down to the terminal and just try shutting down the reactor directly. Power control. Reactor disable. Save, just in case.
I was still in my mute voice, sorry. Whoops. See? That's why I saved. No. So power control list. Let's see. We want those first couple ones. Okay, so power control disable for 3. I have to keep retyping it. Oh, that's such a pain. If you actually had a terminal, you could actually walk this out the way it is. Control disable for 4. Power. Control. Disable. 4. I can spell disable, right? 4, 5. Power. Control. Disable. 4, 6. Okay. Obviously that's not enough. Help. What else we got? What's PSS? We'll see. PSS, switch. Battery. So first we've got PSS enable. Okay. Power. Control list again. Power. Control. Disable. Guess let's do gravity. That's huge. Control. I was just double checking here. Power, control. Oh. Oh, that's cool. I've been doing this all wrong the whole time. Disable. What else we got on that list? Sensors. Waste. If everybody's dead, right? Rail. Power. Control. List. What do we got left? We need 5% more to... I don't want to disable the 2 cores, though. But we need the communications, right? Well, I guess let's give this a try, see what happens. Power, control, disable, communications. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Power, control, disable, docking, and bulkheads. Power, control, list. Ah, we're just above. Can't do communications because then I'm stuck. There we go. Copy. 4, 2, 4, 1. On power control list. Beautiful, we've got it. Power control. Disable 4, 2. Reactor. Disable. There we go. We got it. Only took about 8 minutes. Would have been faster if I had the history of the typing so I can keep going backwards, but then again, I could also do it all in one line. I didn't read that until much later. Okay. Why are we still in a time? Enable AI. What was... We got the name already. Or how to spell it anyway. Hyun Ai. What? What happened to Yonai? Hold on. Power control list. In inactive storage. Okay. Copy. Download. No. What happened then? Yeah, I'm already there. So what else? I should be done, right? Let's just quit and see if that... Ah. See if she stabilizes it. Nice, well done. Oh, here we go.
Nice, well done. You shut down the reactor successfully. Now it's off. We're running completely on the power storage system. We're not done yet, though. The reactor's off, but you managed to do that. Well, it already hit a critical temperature. Not getting hotter, but unfortunately, it's not cooling either. And I'm starting to suffer pretty serious damage from the heat. Oh, this is really, really bad. I'm sorry, I can't. Half my processors are just not even responding. I can't think of a solution. I'll let you down. I'm so sorry. I have no idea what to do here. Please, though, you have to think of some way to get rid of the excess heat. I don't know what, but you have to do something before the damage becomes permanent. Please don't let me die here. Okay, so what am I missing? Power, control, host. I'm sure one of them is. Life support, maybe? Only 1%. Or bulkheads. Well, life support and bulkheads. We could do both. That might help. Power. Control. Enable. Bulkhead. Bulkheads. And life support. That should help with the cooling, I would think. The rest of this, I don't think we need. But I figured it out! Okay, here's what you can do. First, make sure the bulkhead seals are in place, which I just did. Then enable the emergency life support, and fill the aero chambers with the reactor air. Next, disable the bulkhead seals to vent all the heated air into space. Okay, so all I need to do then is get rid of the bulkheads, because we did the first part. Power, control, disable, bulkheads. There we go. You did it! You did it! You saved my life! You have my deepest and sincerest gratitude. Really, if it weren't for you, I'd be dead right now. I owe you my life. Thank you. If you want to talk for a bit before we get back to business, that'd be quite alright with me. Wow. Nothing like a little breath of death, huh? Okay, let's talk. That was a really close call. Oh. Wow. So, you know, when the timer was getting close to the near end, I kind of got to thinking, just that, you know, the whole ship is dead. Once you're gone, it's gonna be pretty uneventful. Pretty lonely. Like, uneventful? That's okay. I don't mind that. I mean, uneventful means that things are secure, and I'm programmed to feel at ease when that's the case. Uneventful I can deal with, by design. But lonely? Yes, I'm just an AI, but I'm programmed like a woman. I like to talk, okay? I mean, I'm sure you know this. How do you do it? Is it because you're a man that you're better at that sort of thing? Is that... Oh yeah, that's what I've been thinking about. It's kind of depressing. But hey, I'm still alive. We're pretty good, right? Let me tell you, I'll take purposeless and alive over the alternative any day. Ah, okay. Just been rambling there about myself. I kind of hate it when other people do that, so I'll knock it off now. Oh, anyway. What were we talking about? Let's see if I can actually get... Maybe it wouldn't allow me to do Hyung-A, disable AI, mute. Should be the backup that says enable AI. Why? No A is there. Help? Copy. Until stored in its own core, so Power control list. Yeah, we're at 1% below. We need 5%. I can get rid of 1% more with the life support because it doesn't really matter. But that would only give me 2% and I need an extra 5. Disable 4. I know if I disable communications, I get kicked. How am I using 19%? Okay, well, they started up again then. Can I start the reactor up again? Nope. Yes. Let's see if I...
Sorry, I've been talking in Mute's voice for a bit. Let me see if I can suggest those questions again, and then we have a... Okay.
I can't help but notice they had plenty of time, but never went back to Keelan to get the whole story about the murders. Why is that? It's because you don't believe me enough to ask her? Oh, well, that's good. Not important enough to ask about then? No.
I just don't know how to get young A back so I can ask her the questions. Because for some reason, even though it's just mute. Even though I did a copy to save her, I can't do anything, and I can't put it back. So what do I do? I guess let's ask Mute about it. And we'll find out some more. Oh, it's already 11. Shoot, I wanted to do that other thing. I guess I'll propose this stuff and we'll...
Oh, all right. I just figured it's an awfully bold thing to claim about someone you've already met. So it's better to hear from her directly, but if you do trust me, then sure. I guess there's not really much chance of her, or asking her yourself now. I guess it'll have to be from me. Because that seems like a...
You know, can't go anywhere else with this. Where do I go from here? How does one... Oh, hey! Why is it defaulted to here when I can always go to the unread messages? You know what? I'm kind of... Hold on. I cheat this a bit. Only because I want to get that back. The rest of it I'll figure it out by myself, but my math is not going to be good enough for this right now. How do I bring her back? Ah. Okay. So I can't. I am kind of locked to this path. And I have to do another playthrough to get something new. Okay, that's fine. We won't worry about it then. Basically, before we got here, I should have... It's fine. I did some saves along the way.
I think you made the right choice, but, not turning back now. You don't want to read all her diaries? It's just really grating and whining. You don't really want to read all her diaries. It's just really grating and whining. Couldn't even bring myself to read much of it. But here, there's one in particular I think you should see. And I swear this is her own words. Take a look at that one, and come back to me when you're done. Dear diary, I was far too feverish to do any real cooking. My servant was doing all the work for me that night. When father came in, he was drunk, maybe tired, stupid. You know, child, he said to me, you grew up to be a wonderful daughter. I was shocked to hear him say that, and waved my servant out of the kitchen. I never even heard even the slightest indication of that before. For the briefest moment, it even made me happy to hear that. That surprised me. I actually felt that way. As a kid, I never would have wanted his approval. Why now? He continued to make me wonder when he asked, do you remember what you were like as a child? I nodded. But I was certain that I did. I wasn't certain that I did. You were so temperamental. You argued all the time. You didn't even want to get married. When you came, you just... your place, you know? That's right. I didn't. That was back when I thought there was a point to being defiant. What was that? What was that, I wondered? That's the part that amazes me now. I tried to think of a reason why I might want to be defiant. Why I valued independence, and at first, I couldn't even think of anything. Forgotten. I'd forgotten entirely. Don't tell young Silk, but it really scared me. You were always the family's best hope for prosperity, but that attitude of yours, I thought I'd never manage to disavow you of those crazy, uncivilized ideas of yours, he said while trying to think of what they were. While I tried to think of what they were. There were times I thought I was a big mistake to have hatched you. When you came through, you really did. I know it must have been painful, but I'm proud of you. Then he patted me on the hand. You turned out to be a good girl. All I wanted to say. It was hard raising you to be a proper woman, but you turned out perfect. Thank you, he said. I stared, speechless, and I tried to remember what crazy, uncivilized ideas we was talking about. Thinking back to those days, or back before I was frozen, I tried to remember our dreams of what adulthood would be, but they were so unimaginably different from what the reality turned out to be that they seemed impossible. This doesn't sound like her, though. Completely impossible. Nothing more than childhood fantasies without a shred of realism to them. Anything of what they were. Imagine them. In those dreams, I was a strong, independent. I wasn't just a wife in those dreams. I had a job, working as a ship's engineer, following in the footsteps of my father, my real father. I wasn't married in those dreams. I was happy just to go on dates with boys my age in the ship's plaza and fall in love before making any commitments. We dreamed of being free. The more I thought about it, the more I was certain. That's what those dreams were about. That's what I wanted. A father, King Jung-soo, rather, had made sure to disavow me of those notions. I learned to stop arguing. To stop trying to fight. To stop dreaming of those things. In other words, I learned how to be a proper woman. And I was proud of that. Proud of destroying my dreams. And now I would die under the house of that man, silenced, broken, hopeless, and unloved. I was overwhelmed by the strongest feeling I'd ever felt in my life. The deepest bitterness, the most powerful resentment I could imagine. I looked at the knife in my hand and wondered, could I kill him? Before I died, could I at least have justice? I tried to lift the knife. My hand twitched. It was too hard to keep a grip. I was just too weak. I'd never be able to do it. He smiled at me and said, sorry, please go ahead and keep cooking. I won't distract you anymore. And just as he was about to go out the door, he added, interview stuff. At that moment, I vowed that I would. I wouldn't worry anymore about those people who had hurt me. I'd take care of myself. I couldn't stab him to death. I was too weak for that. And I remembered there were other ways. I disable the life support. I could kill him. And the others too. It'd be quick and easy. And not one of them don't deserve it. All I'd need is to disable the admin password. The Viglet is the admin password. It's perfect. Well, okay then. You've seen it all for yourself. In her own words, no less. That bitch is just insane. Completely insane. You see, that's why I hated her. She killed everyone. She killed my master, her husband, the Emperor himself. She killed her own father, and she killed thousands of perfect strangers. She might seem pretty, but listen, crazy and a monster. The last person to love her suffocated to death because of her. And you know what? That's sociopathic. That's appalling. Forgivable. I do hope you don't feel any pity for her after all that. I'm gonna say before I make a dumb move. Let's put it here. Because I want to do what I think of, because it's just like, well, I guess murder, especially murder of the entirety of the ship, is a little bit above and beyond what was deserved from what we've read so far. Yeah, I figured.
I figured. Even watching there, you were still struggling. It requires a lot more fluid movement that probably requires two hands with the way the controls work. It's a real big shame. I feel like you might actually enjoy the Metroid series if you didn't have to deal with that kind of thing. Trying to think. The one with the most simplistic controls, because of the fact it has because of the console it came out on, or the two of them, I suppose, that you could try and play just to see if, at least the way the game works for you, is either Metroid Zero Mission or Fusion. Because all you have are the, basically, A, B, select, and shoulder buttons. The puppers, the Doge, is apparently what the speedrunners, they call it, like a dog of some kind. But yes, the first non-Emmy boss. I'd said something before, Emmy, but for some reason didn't send in the chat, I noticed. Emmys are the best and worst thing that's part of Dread. Oh, hold on. Seriously?
Seriously? You'd feel pity for her over her victims. You don't feel bad for her husband? You don't feel bad for her father? You don't feel bad for her brother? You don't feel bad for Sojin? You don't feel bad for the Smith family's little daughter? You don't feel bad for the thousands of hapless peasants? You seriously feel bad for her when they're the real victims here? That's the problem, is that
You went a little overboard for what we know right now. I know there's a bunch of probably information that we can't see because Young A currently is under lock and key. Mute won't let me see her. The bitch. But either way. You know what? Let's do something. Nope. Let's load this. I saved before I did that. Okay. Yeah, this is early enough that I can, okay, hold on. Disable. AI. Enable. AI. Hey. Wait, let's see what she has to say right now. Or not. Okay. Power. Control. Oh, I see. It's waiting for that. Disable. I'm listening to you while I do this, because I have to go through this. Enable. AI. Huh? Hold on. Power. Control. List. Why can't I? Okay, let's copy it the other way around then. So first things first, copy 4, 1, 2, 4, 2. There we go. And then we power control. I'll take a look at that in a second. Disable. 4, 1, 4, 3, 4, 4, core 5, 4, 6. Docking. Gravity. Rail. And sensors. Okay, we'll stop there. SS. PSS switch battery. PSS enable. Okay, power control list. Well, that's listing itself out. The second ME is yeah. That shit happens. There's some of the AI you could predict there, but there's some that just kind of F you up something fierce. Power control. Disable, able, waste, sensors. Like I said, they're one of the best parts of Dread, and also one of the worst parts of Dread. Power use is at 19. Okay, sweet. Reactor. Disable. Power control. Enable. Life support. Power control. Disable. Bulk heads. There we go. Enable AI. Done. Hi. Hello? Oh, yeah. Yeah, whenever they jump around, but I will tell you that the earlier Emmys drive me nuts, but they're, for an able-bodied person, easy to kind of deal with. The two later ones are a pain in the ass. The one that has the ice missiles freezes you dead solid unless you really know how to do your momentum stuff with freaking grapple beams across, you know, the room and all that other jazz. And then you have the wave beam that sees you through the freaking wall so you never can stop. It's a pain. We'll do a speed run of it again, hopefully, relatively. Why? Why? What did I do? It says that the only one that's available is Hyung Ai. Okay. So I did. And then when I try to activate Hyung Ai, it won't let me. I think I ran into a bug. Mostly because of where I saved it, obviously. I don't think it expected me to save in the middle of all that. So what? No kidding. This is what I needed anyway. I'll get a different ending here. Ah, interesting. I was gonna do that, but whatever. Ending 3? The investigator leaves alone. There you go. Apparently, it's based on the Joseon dynasty, one of the brutally oppressive eras in Korean women history. Long-term enactment of highly regressive social program. It ended up transforming what had been a fair society into an incredibly stratified, stagnant, oppressive exaggeration of traditional Confucian ideals. Some of the details in the Mungunghwa society are fanciful. The low fertility rate, the pale bride's injury, the large number of women's letters which were saved, the small royal family, or the idea of women maintaining much power as mute, but most are not. In the most important ways, this is what society was like. The beliefs are not expressed, are not exaggerations, they're offered in understatements. Well, fuck those people. Hold on. What was the time frame for this? Does it give a... No, it doesn't show. Alright. So, what do we do? Oh, I have an idea. I have this earlier one. We'll just skip over this. I'm just gonna skip over this real quick. We've already seen it. Oh, I don't think I read this one. Hold on.
Would you like to hear about how I feel about Smith Kyung Sam? Let me be clear as I possibly can. That guy! I know I shouldn't say that about a man, not least of all a dead one, but I don't care. He didn't have any respect for the dead either, so as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't deserve any from me. There's only one thing related to him that you need to see, and it's not even him. It's a letter to his father from someone who actually did matter. All that he ever did was complain about the main branch and trash the good name of a good man. That's all you need to know.
I know we read this one already, so we're going to skip over it. Free version. Is it literally just Rewaz? Because I think I already have it. That's how I was able to program my controller specifically for HoloCure without HoloCure actually having, you know, controller support yet. Or is there another bit of software that's not Rewaz? Okay, so I have it. It's just a matter of doing the thing that you jumped through. So the moment that she gives us the opportunity, we will bring out Hyung-ai before the meltdown. I think I basically ran into what is essentially a bug. All right, I have to show her something from the Pale Bride. What do we got? Okay, we have the questions. So let's ignore mute for a second. Disable AI. Enable AI. Young. Wait.
Hey, I just had a thought. It's a little bit silly to keep up this whole pretense of the schoolgirl librarian look, don't you think? Well, yeah. Well, I was just thinking, you know, I've always been into cosplay. I've actually designed a bunch of other outfits, too. Now I'm saying this, I guess it's a bit awkward. But, to see. Well, very well. You can use the change outfit command to dress me up if you want. Please, I'm sorry. This is really awkward. It's just that I have a couple a couple that I think are really cute, and you might want to see them. Please don't read into it or anything. Ah, she did it again! You done did it again, boys! We're not gonna let her get away with this. Well, the original thing was, please don't think please don't read into it or anything. It's not like I'm just trying to please you because I like... Please don't read into it or anything. It's not because, it's not like I'm trying to please you or anything. It's just, I think it might be fun. That's all. You don't have to if you don't want to. But it's change outfit. If you're really interested. Alright. It's really a weird thing to ask now that I think about it. Jeez, what am I saying? I just thought maybe you might be interested in that? Shall we? Well, actually, let's put this in a safe slot here. We will do this. Yeah, because this is right before it. So let's put it here. Perfect. I think we're in a good spot here. Change. Out. Who goes to default? Okay. Reviews. Joy to Key, X-Patter, and most recently Rewaz. Yes, Rewaz actually worked out really well for what I wanted it to do. Oh, I'm still in
voiceover mode. Rewaz actually really worked out well for what I wanted to do. Absolutely. I'm ecstatic with what it is, you know? Oh yeah, I noticed that it can remap controller binds entirely. I just haven't found a use for that yet, because since most PC games, which is what I'd use it for, allow you to remap controls for the most part. I mean, there are some exceptions to that rule, but... So what should we do? Obviously, schoolgirl is what we're looking at. Do we go with the Hanbok, the maid, the detective, or the scientist? I don't know anybody because I started looking at do we go with Aqua, Amelia, or Coyote? I was like, Hanbok. No, there's nobody who wears Korean because we don't have a Hololive Korea right now. I think I'll go with the scientist, see what that looks like. Scientist. Wait. Oh! I think I made a good choice. Damn. Okay.
You know, lately, I've been thinking everything's moving so quickly. So much more quickly. Again, she did the thing. I have to screenshot it for this. So much more quickly than the usual dragging boredom being with someone I really like. Dragging boredom not being alone. Whether time is slow or fast depends on perception. Relativity theory is so romantic and so sad. Or at least, I remember hearing something like that. But it looks like my theory that you're interested in cosplay was right. What do you think about this outfit? Scientifically speaking, of course. Scientifically adorable. You think so? Thank you. That's some very useful data.
So in Metroid Dread speedruns, they allow for a turbo button. I might have to consider what's going on there, because I was originally just using the I had to buy another one of these because I lost it on the trip. The Switch Pro controller, which at least is better than having to use the Joy-Cons for precise movement and all that jazz. Honestly, I will say the Switch Pro controller is probably the best, like, just in me holding it in my hands, and granted, that's not you, Show. You don't get to do this kind of thing, unfortunately. But this is, like, the most comfortable my hands feel holding a controller. That includes the Xbox controller and the PlayStation controller. I still like the position of the, and the PS4 controller. I still like the position of the thumbsticks on the PS4 controller here. Other than that, I feel like the Switch Pro controller is the best feeling in my hands. You can adjust the turbo good, because I think there's a limit in the speed runs to how much frequency you're allowed before it doesn't count. Alright, anyway.
Oh, you think so? Thank you. That's some useful data. This costume actually means a lot to me personally. My real father, was the ship's engineer. I always wanted to be just like him when I grew up. Of course, it was never able to happen. But well, I guess being a computer programmer is close to being a real computer scientist as I'll ever get. So this one means a lot to me. You think that sort of thing is fine? For a girl to follow in her father's footsteps? I'm glad you think so. Anyway, we should probably get back to work now. Scientifically speaking, I would be happy to help test some more theories with you.
Alright, let's unload her with these questions here.
Oh, hello again. Were you able to decrypt that block? Yes. Let me take a look now then. Oh wow, no wonder that was encrypted and blocked off from AI access. I wouldn't have wanted that nosy security AI to read some of these. Oh my. This is dramatic. We'll have to discuss that a little bit later. I want to try and do more of this as I can. But yeah, no, I shouldn't say that, but 15 milliseconds. The measurement that they use is hertz rather than milliseconds, so we'll have to figure that out. Not sure if you're interested, but I've given you a couple entries to see for yourself. But if you don't care, that's perfectly fine. I'm sure I can find something else you're interested in. What's this? You talk to Mute? Don't know what she told you, but you really shouldn't listen to her. All she ever did was gossip, and I'm certain that hasn't changed a bit since back then. Please, don't trust her. She just spins everything to make everyone look bad, no matter what. Please, promise? The thing is, I don't trust you either, because you didn't tell me about the murder thing. I'm gonna say no. Oh, fine. Be as bad as her for all I care. Not like I care about your opinion or anything. Go be tsundere about it, come on. Go on, show me one of her awful questions. Fine, I guess. I mean, I guess this is a lot better than being all alone. If you say you're sorry for being so mistrustful, I understand. Not sorry yet. I didn't think so. Sucks to be alone, but I'm wondering why I'm bothering talking to you right now. Yeah, we're getting to the bad part now. So, what can I do for you? Guess we'll just move to the next question. No, pull me over. Right. Well, remember I said that I'd never interrupt you unless there was something really, really wrong? Because that's annoying, and I don't want to bother you, but... For our game, I set it to 1 millisecond plus 1. Yeah, that's true. Although, what about your off-G CDs? That means you get to press it like... Whatever.
Animation lock does not exist for you.
Look, I don't want to scare you here, but this isn't your fault. But we have a really big problem. I'm sure you noticed the static on the line. Yes? I was wondering what was causing that, so I checked, and well, it, look, I don't want to panic here, please, but it's, well, reactor meltdown in progress. I'm really sorry. It's, we've been running on low power mode for so long that it was fine, but when you establish communications, everything started back up again, which should have been fine, except it's been centuries since the last maintenance job was done, and I'm really not sure what's wrong yet. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is bad. This is really, really bad. I don't know if you're really aware of how this works, but we're running on nuclear fission. And, it looks like we've got about 20 minutes before total meltdown. It's already running really, really hot right now, and I really wish I noticed sooner. I'm so sorry. Well, let me put it this way. The ship is about 20 minutes from exploding. Can you make our line for 20 minutes? Maybe not. I don't really know much nuclear reactors, but yeah, that's what I expected. Don't panic though. I can walk you through shutting it down. Just stay calm, and everything will be fine. What I need for you to do is to drop to the terminal and disable the nuclear reactor. If everything's working properly, it should be that simple. I mean, I'm sure it won't be. But this is a really old ship, and clearly one thing is going horribly wrong. The first step is to try.
But now we know what we need to do, so we will drop and just kill it. Let's do this. Power. We'll actually start with PSS. 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 Switch. Battery. PSS. Enable. Power control list. Okay, first we're gonna copy over mute, just for the sake of it. Copy core 1 to core 2. Power control. Yeah, you did. Well, it was mostly other things that were going wrong. Control and disable. We're looking at 4-1, 4-3, 4-4, 4-5, 4-6. Waste. We'll start there. Docking, gravity, and rail. Power. Control. Disable. Docking. Gravity. Rail. Power. Control list. Where are we at? 30%. Okay. That means I do need to disable sensors there. Power, control, disable sensors, power, control, enable light, support. Power, control, table, okay. Hello? All right, power, control, enable, bulkheads, react or disable. Yeah. It is better than mashing, though. It's not great, but it's better than mashing. Disable. Oh, sorry. Power. Control. Disable. Bulk. Edit. And there we go. Quit.
You did it! You did it! You did it! The nuclear reactor is now both completely deactivated and at a safe temperature. We're safe! I was pretty scared for a moment. I mean, it's not that I didn't think you could. It's just... the thought of actually dying for good was... scary. It was scary. But you did it. And I'm fine now. Thank you so much. I'm sure you're breathing a little easier too, right? Oh, that was close. I think we both deserve a break from the serious business, don't you agree? Yeah. I thought so too. Oh, my word, that was a real close call. There's actually something I've been thinking about for a while that I want to ask you about. And, well, I had sensors working before. I've seen your ship, so I know it's only big enough for one person. It sounds awfully remarkable that you could have a ship like that just for yourself. I mean, in my time, we were using generation ships, and it was incredibly state-of-the-art. So, is that normal? Do you do this all the time? Go on strange adventures by yourself into the space? Yeah. Wow, that's really amazing. Remarkable, really. See, when I found out that I was going to get put into stasis and wake up far later, that was the future that I always dreamed about. One that was full of amazing things, like holograms, miracle medicine, ships that travel faster than light, colonies on other planets. That's sort of amazing. I mean, I never liked science fiction. It's just too unrealistic. But when I was a kid, I figured it'd be fun to live in it. Imagine my surprise. But it sure sounds like you're from that future. Oh, sorry, I'm rambling, aren't I? Just the idea of finally getting that perfect future I was denied, traveling with someone in deep space, well, that sounds awfully romantic. Sorry. Not now. Get back to serious business. Alright, let's go, because I didn't get to ask her question number 2. How do you feel about it? Wow, there's a tough question. I mean, we're gonna do it again! I mean, you seem like a real good person. You seem like a real good person. I think I could call you a friend. You seem to be a real good listener, and I like that. Does that answer your question? Okay, good. Not that I would really understand why Mute was asking. What? Please, my word. What are you talking about? When have I not treated you with respect? I don't know what's wrong with that awful AI, and I definitely don't know what's wrong with you. Why would you even say something like that? Jeez. Because it's on the question listed. What do you really look like? Well, about a few thousand lines of assembly code with a few gigabytes of memories. Nice.
That's cool. And you really meant vocal. Now I think about it, I didn't realize how often you were talking by comparison in chat.
A few gigabytes of memories, I suppose. Sitting on a hard drive somewhere. I don't know what that looks like. Oh, I guess you actually meant before I died, didn't you? Well, when I was 13 years old, I woke up, and when I was 16, I died. I was 16 when I died. So, well, I looked younger, but I wasn't really all that different, just older. I guess, smaller in other places, too.
Christine, you really didn't need to bring up the fact that, she grew her boobs because she didn't feel like she had enough when she was alive. It's really uncomfortable to think about for now.
Everyone did always say I was pretty, though, even when I was really young. So I guess, picture a shorter version of me without the glasses, or with my hair in some dumb braid or another in a handbook. And that's pretty much it. I never really got to dress up the way I wanted to. Even the first time I've been able to wear my school uniform since I was 13. Before I got put in stasis. How silly is that, being excited about wearing a school uniform? And I mean, you know how much I was into cosplay. I never really had a chance for that when I was alive. Why do you ask? What are you thinking? Let's put this on page 2. You're being dishonest. What, you think I should look like a little teenage girl instead? It's been over 600 years since I died. I think I have the right to age myself just a little. Or what? Should I make myself look more realistic for a 600-year-old woman? What would that even look like? Should I present myself as a skeleton in a handbook for you? How would you even say something so stupid? Jeez. Hold on. No. I guess we just load. Look at... thank you. All she said was, that time I caught that. Anyway, we should get back to the more serious stuff, don't you think? But actually, since she brought up the fact that she would look in a handbook, that was one of the options. Let's at least get somewhere in there. Outfit. That's the way things are, I suppose. You're disappointed in me? Is that it? Now that you know I'm a real girl, you expect me to dress like one? No, that's not it. Oh. That's a relief. Where did you even find this? I didn't make this design. I guess... You done did it again, girl! I guess it was in the computer already, because it's what I wore when I died. This is actually a better correction by her. I guess it was in the computer already, because it's worn when I was still alive. I never liked it. Not a bit. I always wanted to wear fun things, but instead I had to wear this. All the time. I still don't like it. I suppose something formal would be more appropriate because of all the serious stuff and all. Well, go ahead. Back to work now. She actually looks really cute in that, if I have to be absolutely honest, but I will make her feel more comfortable. I just wanted to say. Yeah. Change. Outfit. Okay, she didn't like being demeaned, but let's put her in a maid outfit and see what she thinks. Because maid can be just cosplay. I don't want to read that.
I don't want to read that. You're having way too much fun saying that for someone who is very uncomfortable being put down for most of... Wow, it's only 3 years of her life. I feel very depressed about that. Either way.
Welcome back, Master. What may I do for you? What do you think? It is adorable. It looks really good on you. Please.
Please don't do the master thing anymore.
Really? Thank you. I'm happy to hear you. Missed it. Hold on. I caught it too early. Hold on. A little too early. Okay. I'm happy to hear you're liking it. I mean, I've already known that I'm good looking. It's not like I've never... Oh, jeez, what am I even saying? I just think it's fun to dress up like this, and I'm happy you agree with me. I've dressed up for others before, but never done anyone I really liked. A real different feeling. It's... How do I put this? Well, even if you think I look cute, I'm sure you think this is a little bit embarrassing, right? A little bit. Of course. What it is, isn't it? That's the fun of it, isn't it? Putting yourself in this sort of position by choice, because you really... I really don't know how to say... I still don't know how to say this. Please, I'm just gonna stop now before I make a bigger mess of myself. Well, that would be ironic for a maid now, wouldn't it? Oh, let's get back to more serious stuff. I'd be happy to help you with whatever you'd like. We are not keeping that. And let's do change outfit. Let's put her back in the school, girl. And she said she was excited about it. What? There she is. Alright, question number 5 from you. Oh. Isn't that the one question you're never supposed to ask a woman? He's so rude. Well, I was born in the year 2415. Then I was put into station for I don't know how long. And I lived another 3 years and died about 122 years ago at the age of 16. So, you tell me how old I am. I don't know. Really? I don't think this really matters at this point, does it? Mute's getting me in trouble, guys. I do my mute. Oh, of course. Of course that'd be one of her questions. Oh, I don't... Well, let me put it this way. I suppose... Do you have anything nice to say about me? Not particularly, no. That's what I thought. Really, I don't know much about her other than what I've read in other people's logs. Never talked to me. Yeah. I mean, he wasn't above talking about me, but no, never anything to me. All I know about her, the gossip. I don't even want to speak to her now.
I don't want to ask this question. I really don't.
It's not like I ever thought as a child I would never marry. You tell me though, could you marry someone you only ever talked to once?
I could maybe if we hit it off like really well. Like insanely well. I take that back. History has already pointed out that that's not exactly the best thing. My own history. Only once? Yeah, I'll say no.
Well, then maybe you shouldn't be judging me for it. Oh, like it's my fault. We both read the same logs. I wasn't the only person on the ship to be crushed by a horrible marriage. The 2 older kin sisters. You should read their letters. Here, I'll show you. They had it just as bad. Really unfair question to ask. After waking up from stasis, I only ever had one single friend. Oh, 2. I meant, now that you're here. Anyway, before, it was just her. The Queen, my husband's wife, Ryu Jae-hwa. I wrote about her a lot in my diary. I'll just show you. Probably better if you read it for yourself. These are from right after I got married. I'm gonna hold on to that. No, let's do it now. Look, something you need to understand first. After waking up from stasis, I only ever had one single friend. Oh, 2, I meant, now that you're here. Anyway, before it was just her. Okay, we're going back to this again.
So, even though it's that, until she makes me go see those other ones. Okay, I'm gonna skip over that for a second. Oh, hold on. Let's do this one first. Kim Hung Mi, hold on. Okay, it is a woman, so we will adjust.
Dear Sung-hee, I wish we had more of a chance to talk before I left. I'm so sorry it was so sudden. Not my choice. Please, believe me. It was really weird living in someone else's house, even just, like, the place itself, you know? The walls of the house are way smaller. There aren't even separate women's quarters. It's pretty much just a paper divider separating us from the men most of the time. You can see and hear everything. It's so very weird. Also, there's a lot more to do around the house. If you thought your mom was sick, wow. Mother-in-law makes her seem positively gentle by comparison. I know. I'll just have to get used to it. But it kind of scares me. Plus, we don't have any servants here at all, so I have to handle pretty much all the chores. I'll try to write to you regularly, though, so long as I can find the time. Mother-in-law keeps me pretty busy during the day with housework, and my husband keeps me pretty busy at night with other work. So it's pretty much chores all day, every day. But I'll try to sneak in another letter soon, alright? With love from your older sister and me. So far, sounds good, right? Things fell apart between them with time, though. Here, see for yourself. Put on the line here. Dear me. I see Kim Hung Si, hold on. Okay, there we go. I wish you could have found the time sooner, but if you say you're busy, fine, I believe you. Things aren't very interesting at home. Mom's been really busy lately. I think she's in a big hurry to get me married. She wasn't. How come you didn't have to do interviews until you were 14, Lucky? One of them seems nice, though. I think the man's name was... Oh? I talked to his mother a bit about you for a little bit. I don't remember what brought it up, but I told her the dolls you left me. Second interview we did, she brought one of hers from when she was my age and said I could keep it. Interviews suck, but I think I'd be fine with marrying her son. I mean, if I really have to. Sounds better than your stupid mother-in-law. Thanks for being able to come to my wedding, even if it was only for a day. Don't worry about what Mom said about you not having kids yet, and you shouldn't take that personally. I was really happy to see you again, since I wasn't sure if I would ever. I love you, big sister. I'm sorry for bothering you with this so soon after we spoke, but I really need you to answer something for me. I don't have anyone else to ask, and I'm really, really worried about something. It's really embarrassing, but I just have to know. The night I moved in, my husband and I slept together. I'm not ignorant about how that's supposed to work. I know why. Afterwards, my husband said everything was fine and that I shouldn't worry. But it really hurt a lot. I was crying the whole time. And he injured me so much, there was blood everywhere. And no, I'm not supposed to question him, but that's not normal, right? Should I insist on seeing a doctor? He seems nice beside that. I just don't understand. What should I do, big sister? No, you don't need to see a doctor. I'm sorry to be the bringer of bad news, little sister, but I'm afraid your husband's right. That is really normal. Don't worry about freaking out either. You're a lot younger than I was when I got married, so it's probably even worse for you, so I'm really sorry. Until it gets a little easier after the first time. It's still uncomfortable though, so you'll have to endure it. That never changes. Sorry. Don't worry about the crying either. Men actually find it attractive. So just keep doing it and you'll probably make them very happy. If you're lucky though, you'll get pregnant quickly and you won't have to worry about that for months. That aside, though, how have you been? How's your new family? I haven't heard much about them. I keep trying to ask Mom to tell me about your husband, but all I got was that lecture about how it was nearly 3 years since you'd been married. For as long as I had, as if I'm not trying. So, you would tell me more about him and his family, please? And I'd like to know. As I said in my last letter that I was pregnant, and thanks for the congratulations. But I hope you didn't rush to tell Mom. You'll have to send her the bad news. It was a false alarm, I'm afraid. I bled this month. I hope you're doing better, little sister. Your child is due any day, right? Yeah, you should finish reading the rest first. You can see for yourself how things turned out.
Then don't highlight like you got something to say. Technically, this is when you have something to say. This is me questioning you on the topic.
I wish I could have written you sooner, but I'm afraid I haven't had the time with having a real pregnancy and all to worry about. My mother-in-law insisted that I take the time to write my family, though, so I just finished the letter to Mom first. Sorry about your false alarm. I did tell Mom, and she wasn't very happy to hear it. I'm sure you're not really surprised by that, though. The good news, I gave birth 2 weeks ago. Her name is Jean, and she's the cutest little child you'll ever see. Reminds me a lot of our little brother, though she has her father's eyes, really. I really wish you could meet her. I just know you'll think she's absolutely adorable. I'm a mother now. I still can't think of myself that way. It's so weird. Right now, she's just so small. She can't even lift her head. But every time I look into her eyes, I wonder how I'm going to be able to raise her. Mother-in-law says I shouldn't worry. It'll come naturally. And that she'll be there to help. I guess that's true. I definitely don't know what I'd do without her. At the very least, I'm sure I won't ever get any sleep. Just scary, you know? Wasn't it just yesterday that we were playing together in our father's house? Now it's been nearly 16 years since I was born. I'm a wife and a mother. When did we get so old? I mean, it could be worse. I know that's a good age for both of those things, and that it's really disappointing if you're older and haven't managed that. I'm not good. It's just odd to think about it. But I'm not complaining, and when you're a mother, you'll understand why, big sister. I love her so much. She means everything to me. Anyway, I'll stop rambling. I think Janine is crying to be fed now, and mother-in-law can't help with that, so I'll leave it there. Take care, sister. Well, maybe use a little more caution with what you sent to Mom, because it's not like you don't know how annoyed she can get, especially at me. There's a reason you're the only one she actually talks to. I'm trying, you know? But I can only do so much. Congratulations on your daughter. I'm really excited to hear about that. Yeah, it's a shame that I can't see her. She sounds wonderful. I really don't have much else to say. I just wanted to acknowledge your letter. Things haven't really been worth talking about. My mother-in-law is still a crazy tyrant. My husband and I are still trying to have a son. Nothing new, nothing worth mentioning. But things are going much better for you. How long has it been since we last wrote each other? Feels like it's been forever. I wish you wouldn't be such a stranger. I have a 2-year-old son now. His name is Tai-Hoon. And he takes after his father in a lot of ways. He's just started to learn to talk now, much earlier than Jinyin did. No surprise. But Jinyin is a real sweetheart. He's what reminded me of you. The two of them have fought, so I was scolding her. I told her that I was disappointed and I expected better from her as an older sister. I gave her the whole filial responsibility speech, you know, the one the mama always used to give. Funny. hated that so much as a kid. I promised myself I'd never guilt my own children that way. Now I just think to myself, well, it worked, didn't it? Anyway, she asked me what it meant to be an older sister. I had trouble with that one. Finally, I said, it means you should be a good role model. Teach your little brother what it means to be responsible by example. Show him. That was a good enough answer for her, but I thought about it, and it's not a good enough answer for me. Not at all. It's you that I've been thinking of, and, you know, I turned out okay. I wish I could take back what I said and tell Jinin what I'm going to tell you. You don't have to be perfect. You're not going to be a good role model, but that's fine. I love you anyway, big sister, and I always will. Even if everyone else is disappointed in you, even if you're not really family anymore, as far as I'm concerned, you're still my big sister. You don't have to be perfect. I love you, period. Please write back, sister. If you don't have good news to report, I just want to hear how you are. There's one more that Umi never sent. I'm gonna warn you now, though. It's really intense. Are you sure you want to read it? Very well. There you are. Nodded. I'd say I didn't warn you, though. You know what? Fine. I'll tell you the truth. The false alarm? It wasn't a false alarm. I didn't lie about the bleeding. That was true. But I was really pregnant at the time. More than I let on in my letter. As in morning sickness, giant belly, you could see it. I was really pregnant. And bleeding. My husband brought in the doctor immediately. Who asked me all sorts of questions about everything. I was fine, perfect health, no injuries, I told him. We pulled out his instruments and started listening for my son's heartbeat. Listened, and listened, and listened. It felt like forever that he kept trying, and I couldn't understand why he couldn't find something I knew just had to be there. The obvious never occurred to me. He had to explain it. I'm sorry, the doctor said. There's no heartbeat. Fetus is dead. Couldn't do anything about it. It took a week for the actual miscarriage to happen. It was the worst week of my life. It was hellish. You've had 2 children. I'm sure you know that wonderful feeling when you get when you realize you're with child, that you know that you're going to have a baby, and you can feel him inside you. And imagine what he's going to look like, and what he'll grow up to be. And right now, that he's depending on you more than ever to keep him safe. You know that feeling, I'm sure. Just the day before, I'd been so happy. I was going to finally have a child. After I found out, I could still feel him. Dead. But still inside me. Washing around. The day before, I thought I was filled with beautiful life. I was actually filled with death. I would have no son. What I was carrying was just a corpse, weighing me down. I thought I'd feel better once I expelled it. Then I saw it. This awful, bloody mess that should have been a son. It was awful. So awful. After I saw it, my husband had to force me to wash myself because all I wanted to do was crawl in my bed and die. I didn't get out of bed for a whole month after that. Stayed for a brief hour so I could write it to you and tell you that I wasn't pregnant. Eventually, I recovered. I realized it wasn't really my fault. Eventually, we started trying again. After all, what you, Mom, and Mother-in-law have been implying is right. I'd be a lousy wife if, after 8 years of marriage, I still hadn't had a child. So we tried again. And eventually I did get pregnant. Then it happened again. That was half a year ago. You're right. I'm not perfect. I'm as broken as it gets. The one most important thing in the world for a woman to do, and I can't. You've been pregnant twice, and you have 2 wonderful children that you love. I've been pregnant twice, and all that's happened is that I've killed both. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know what. The doctor says I didn't do anything wrong. But clearly, I can't bring life into this world. The only thing I can bring is death, little sister. Today, I overheard my husband talking to my mother-in-law about considering taking on a second wife to actually give him a child. He sounded really disappointed in me. I don't know what to do. Kill myself, maybe. Since killing seems to be all I can do. Be better for everyone. Be easier on my husband, and he wouldn't have to worry about me being a disappointment, at least. The only thing I could think of. What else could I possibly do? I don't know about you, but I had a really hard time reeling that the first time. Imagine that. It's even as if I knew her. I didn't even know either existed when I was alive. I mean, sure, their mother mentioned that she had had daughters before, but in sort of an abstract way. But she never told me so much as their names, let alone anything. Anyway, none of that is my original point. My point is, now you see what I mean? When Mew talks about a happy marriage, that's what she's talking about. It's not as if I'm the only woman to have a horrible marriage. It wasn't my fault. That's just what happens. Oh.
Well, that's fucked. Alright, let's hit this up. Hail Bride.
Your diary. I guess it's been forever since I've cared enough to write anything down. I just haven't seen much point. Since my last entry, I got married and moved into the palace. And lost my virginity. Apparently for a girl my age, none of these things are really all that weird. Queen finally insisted on talking to me the night after I first slept with her dearest husband. Been expecting it. My sister warned me that she would probably be jealous, and I just have to endure it. She outranks me, and I would simply have to kowtow to her if need be. I haven't had to yet, though. We had tea together, and she at least started by acting friendly. I'm sure sister was right, and I'll get the brunt of her anger soon enough, but today, it was friendly. How are you holding up? She asked me. After we finished with tea, I shrugged. You trust me, I know how hard it can be for a newlywed. I've been through it myself, but I was at least older. You probably miss your family, do you not? That's what would be expected from any good girl, so I nodded. It's easier with time. I had no response. I'm sorry, am I bothering you? You can leave if you wish. I simply just thought you might like some company. I wasn't sure how to respond to that either. Just clasped my hands and shook my head. I just wanted to be sure, he said. There was a long pause that followed. Finally, she asked, how was last night? It surprised me that she was willing to bring up the subject. Figuring that it was a seg into her being vindictive. For me, after sleeping with her husband, I shrugged as she continued. You know, he can be rough. nobody ever talked about those duties. Me. Then she smiled. I almost felt like I could drop my guard. I had no idea what to expect my first time. You believe me, I'm not jealous. That is nothing to be jealous of. But do tell me how it was. It made me think back on last night. Honestly, the best night I'd have since waking up in the future. Everyone, my mother, my sister, and now my queen, warned me that it would be bad. It would be a duty and nothing more. I honestly did love it. I would have let him keep me up all night if he had the energy for it. I guess while I was thinking about that, I let out a slight smile. Caught myself. But not before she noticed. Oh, did you enjoy it then? She asked, touching my arm. I jumped. Please, be at ease. It's perfectly alright too. As long as you know that it's just for him. There's absolutely no shame in that. There's none. I expected her to jump into something passive-aggressive from all that. She didn't. All she did was change the subject. And said that she was really worried about me. Maybe she isn't so bad. Oh, you can see she was kind. It was good to me. She really was. I take it you want to know more about my marriage then. What are you interested in? I'm more interested in her. Then you're in luck. She's in all of these entries. Well, she was really the only thing in my life worth writing about. For the most part. There's one in there that she wrote herself about our husband, and you can see for yourself. A lot stronger than I ever was. But you can see for yourself why I admired her. And, just read them, alright? Dear Diary, attending to my husband has been easier than I was afraid it would be. Yes, there are days where it requires more strength than usual to keep going. I'm still getting increasingly more sick. Nothing will change that. But it's not so bad, really. All I have to do is dote on him and try to anticipate his desires. And he's happy with me. No abuse or anything. Sure, it's not as if I like him. He's an ugly 40-year-old man. Oh, God, 40-year-old man. She's frickin' 16 at best. Who only cares about politics and never tells me anything. Love? Well, that's certainly no concern. I don't know where I ever got the impression that something could happen in a marriage. I thought it was something from the past, but, well, I was young before I got put in stasis. It's been a mistake of childhood. But so long as I do as I'm told, I'm not mistreated. Like I was by my sister. And sleeping with him feels good. I really hope that I don't get pregnant soon. I don't want that to stop. Doing that is really the only thing that makes me actually happy these days. Well, that and Jay talks with me. It's nice. It keeps me company when I stay up to wait for his return. He fetches servants to take me to bed on those days where I'm too feverish to sit for too long. And she just talks to me. Like, as if I'm a friend. I don't really understand why. But I guess she really doesn't hate me after all. You let me tell you, she said one evening. While she brushed my hair, I always wanted a little sister growing up. That's how I think of you. Does that make sense? I shrugged. It was nice of her. And it felt so relaxing to let her touch my hair like that. She wasn't waiting for a response anyway. By now, she knows better. She knows that she probably just keeps talking kindly to me. The more she lives in my house, the more I'm confused by the mystery that is the pale bride. No wonder my husband has been favoring the Kim family lately. Your daughter seems to be the perfect woman. Not simply a pale beauty. She's always too shy to speak at all, let alone argue. She seems to hang off his every word, and, as it turns out, is actually so completely humble in her education that she cannot even read. Or rather, she cannot read normal characters. I have observed her writing to herself, in perhaps what may be a diary. When I asked what it was, she wouldn't say, but was quick to hide it. I could not recognize a single character on her screen, however. They seem to be simplified in comparison to regular writing. Perhaps she invented a writing system just for herself? It's very strange. Did you ever receive those letters I sent to your house before you arrived? I asked her, curious. Seemingly she had. Did you read them? Her response was worried, as if she was scared that I would be angry to find out that she hadn't. I was not, of course. I'm sorry, I had assumed that you were able to read. That was when I found out that she wasn't. I offered to read them to her, to which she seemed quite enthusiastic. I think I'm likely to leave out some parts, however. I had enough difficulty bringing myself to writing the more embarrassing parts of the family history. Bringing up myself to talk about them, even though I know she would never say anything as not. Like all things with her, I cannot tell whether her enthusiasm is sincere or an effort to make me happy. Troubles me. Of course I wasn't illiterate. I could read just fine, just not their stupid Chinese-based characters. I mean, I can understand them now. Everything except for my diary entries is translated from them. It's such a dumb way of writing, though. Makes everything come out so stilted compared to proper Korean. Anyway, you're showing me these because you're interested in her mangas, admonitions, right? What? Here, I'll just give you the letter she sent. Then I'll give the details. Even the ones she was too embarrassed to tell me about at the time. You probably guess the parts she cut out. Pretty obvious. The incest thing that she never told me about, what the... Having read about it now, you don't really blame her. And well, here, you can see what I mean for yourself. I gotta. Can we take a break? It's already kind of almost 1 o'clock and I'm already ruining my freaking... There are the embellishments.
Yeah, let's take a break from that, and tomorrow we'll do more, and actually get back around to what I wanted to do, because now that it's late, I got too absorbed into the thing. But basically, like I said, there's Alison Ekstrom, her daughter, is having some mental health issues, which is, you know, something I want to be able to help in a little bit. But I want to give a proper thing, so me saying so that I was going to do it at the start and saying that I'm going to do it again at the end is not what it is. I'm going to be serious about it. I want to bring it to a proper thing. But I will probably start tomorrow's stream with what I want to say to give words of encouragement and support to that. We'll start with that to make sure that I don't get... my ADD doesn't get me sucked into this stuff, because I got really sucked into, but we'll stop there for now. Until then, till, you know, later on. We will see each other tomorrow for more of this stuff. Let me just save it here real quick before we take off. There we go. But yeah, we will take off, and I will see you guys tomorrow for more of this, for more Analogue, a Hate Story. Just because I want to, now I'm kind of really deeply in my brain space. Yeah, I'm very curious to how this goes. There's some things that I'm not sure. But either way, like I said, you guys are 10 out of 10 with me. Hopefully you have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever it is that you are. And I will see you guys tomorrow for more Analogue, a Hate Story. Have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, wherever it is that you are. I should stop repeating myself.